Let's go. Sino prayer natin?
Shit, tawag na sa solution. Tawag na sa...
The 41st session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Chair would like to call on Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo to lead the chamber in prayer.
Good afternoon.
You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed.
Let us bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of the Almighty. Heavenly Father, as we welcome this new year, 2025, and begin with a fresh session in the Senate, we come together as humble servants of the people, seeking wisdom, clarity, and unity in our mission to serve. We pray for peace and ask for your guidance to set aside our differences and focus on the mandate entrusted to us by the Filipino people. Patnubayan po ninyo ang aming talakayan at mga desisyon, naway maging sentro ng aming mga gawain ang mabuting pamamahala, kapayapaan, at ang pag-angat ng kabuhayan ng bawat Pilipino. Tulungan po ninyo kaming makapagtrabaho na laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng nakakarami, lalong-lalo na po ang mga hopeless at mga helpless nating kababayan. Turuan ninyo kaming magkaisa, magmalasakit at maglingkod ng tapat at maintegridad. Bigyan niyo po kami ng lakas ng loob na harapin ang mga hamon at inspirasyon upang patuloy na magsikap para sa kaunlaran at pagkakaisa ng aming bansa. Palalahanan po ninyo kami, Panginoon, na ang serbisyo sa tao ay serbisyo sa Diyos, na ang bawat gawain namin para sa bayan ay alay namin sa inyo. Biyayaan niyo po kami ng malinaw na pag-iisip at payapang mga damdamin para mapagtuunan namin ng pansin ang mas mahalagang obligasyon namin sa inyo at sa bansa, ang magserbisyo, dahil ito ang tunay na kailangan ngayon ng aming kapwa. We also lift up our countrymen who are struggling due to poverty, conflict, and calamities. May our work bring hope to their lives and pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. May our time and energy be dedicated to meaningful work. Let our actions this year reflect the highest ideals of service and malasakit. All this we ask in your most holy and precious name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. It seems like a good day to start working this year. We are complete today. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the orders, the business for the day, I'd like to acknowledge some of the guests present here. Guests of Senators Mark Villar and our Senate President Pro Temp, Jingoy Estrada, Yusek Helen de la Vega, Asek Saldi Patron, Yusek Rafael Segis, Yusek Rora Navarro Tolentino, and other distinguished DFA retirees. Guests of Senator Ejercito, Mr. Peter Tan and Edwin Kennedy D. Hoskins. Guests of Senator Zubiri, Anthony Mayor Anthony Uy of Bukidnon, as well as the councilors of Bukidnon. Guests of this representation, Congressman Jason Almonte of Misamis Occidental, as well as Governor Rominal, Henry Rominal of Misamis Occidental. Guests of Senator and the 39th session, Tuesday, December 17, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority
President-
Leader?
I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 40th session, December 18, 2024.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider the third reading of several bills, the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 9, 2025, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2897 is the bill on the amendments to the Safe Spaces Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and proceed to roll call vote.
An Act amending Republic Act number 11313, otherwise known as the Safe Spaces Act and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2897 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe, thereafter Senator Rizzo Antiveros would like to issue short manifestations. I move that they be recognized consecutively.
Senator Poe is recognized and may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank and congratulate our hardworking sponsor, Senator Risa, for pushing this measure as it strengthens and enhances the existing workplace legislation of the Safe Spaces Act that we pushed for initially. It helps ensure that sexual harassment does not occur in environments where individuals expect respect, such as public spaces, workplaces, educational settings, or online platforms. And although we know that no amount of penalty may be sufficient to give justice to the victims, we hope that the increased penalties will actually deter more crimes of this nature to happen, and that the penalties will be commensurate with the severity of the harm it inflicts on its victims. For this, Mr. President and good sponsor, thank you.
Noted and entered into the records. Senator Antiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President, and Happy New Year to all the dear colleagues. Maraming salamat po sa buong Senado sa pagpasa nitong pinalakas nating Safe Spaces Law. Kina Sen. Grace at lahat po sa inyo na bumoto ng oo para dito, at special shoutout at pagpapasalamat at syukran kina Senator Cynthia at Senator Robin na unang naghain ng mga panukalang batas para amyendahan at sa ganoong paraan lalong palakasin itong ating batas para maglikha at magpreserba ng safe spaces para sa bawat Pilipino. Salamat tabi, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve So, President, I move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2825. This is the bill on the PHIVOLCS Modernization Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, PHIVOLCS, and providing funds therefore. Roll call vote. Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2825 is approved on third and final reading. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
May I just be allowed to make a short manifestation / explanation of vote, Mr.
The
President?
gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. A blessed afternoon to all of you and to all our guests. Happy New Year. We fully support the approval on third and final reading of Senate Bill number 2825 under Committee Report number 322 or the PHIVOLCS Modernization Act. As one of the co-sponsors of the measure, we extend our thanks to the hardworking sponsor, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, for his leadership in pushing for this critical measure. This representation has long recognized the critical role that PHIVOLCS fulfills in monitoring seismic and volcanic hazards and the level of resources and support needed by the agency to effectively fulfill their mandate. This is why, Mr. President, we vote yes to this measure, which ensures that PHIVOLCS is equipped with the equipment, technology, and personnel needed for timely and accurate disaster data collection. With this measure, Mr. President, the capacity of PHIVOLCS would be strengthened to expand their monitoring network, enhance their research, and support the professionalization and growth of their personnel. Mr. President, it is timely to pass this measure because ahead of the full implementation of PHIVOLCS technical cooperation with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA, titled the Project for Capacity Development for Monitoring and Information Dissemination of Earthquake, Tsunami, and Volcano, which is expected to begin, Mr. President, this year. So a modernized PHIVOLCS would be able to maximize the partnership to involve the country's disaster preparedness. Mr. President, modernizing PHIVOLCS is not merely an investment in science and technology, it is an investment in the safety and resilience of our nation. We must not wait for another tragedy to remind us of the importance of preparedness. Again, we vote yes to this measure. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain po tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Pia Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I just be a co-sponsor of the measure? Thank you.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, Senator Zubiri is expressing his intention to be recognized likewise as a co-sponsor of the measure.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2863, the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 8, 2025, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. This is the bill on the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act providing for a pension differential to the Department of Foreign Affairs retirees. Roll call vote. Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2863 is approved on third and final reading.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe is seeking the floor to issue a short manifestation.
Senator Poe is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, I rise to manifest my full support for this measure. The struggles and challenges of being a foreign affairs employee are well known. Not only do they represent the country's interests in foreign lands, but they also serve as the sanctuary of our kababayans abroad in times of need. Sa ngayon, marami sa ating mga kababayan ang apektado dun sa sunog na nangyari sa California, sa Los Angeles. At si Consul General Adelio Cruz ang namamahala ngayon dun sa mga walang malipatan na mga lugar. When trouble arises, they're the first to risk their lives and oftentimes the last ones to go. All these while bearing assignments that take them away from their family and loved ones. They are a professional group. Our foreign affairs employees are true unsung heroes, and in their well-deserved retirement and rest, it is our turn to make sure that they are well taken care of, starting with a monthly pension that rightfully dignifies the astounding service they have done for the country. I reiterate my unwavering support for this bill and thank my colleagues for the passing of this momentous measure.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villar? Mark?
Yes, I'd like to make a short manifestation.
The gentleman may proceed.
Yeah. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I rise to manifest my gratitude for everyone's support of Senate Bill number 2863 under Committee Report number 334, the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. The bill's approval on third reading takes our distinguished DFA retirees one step closer to a reality where they can bask in the fruit of their hard work and labor they have graciously offered to the Philippines. Our DFA retirees have literally and figuratively crossed borders and flown miles to ensure that our country's diplomatic ties remain favorable and suitable to the needs of the Filipinos here and abroad. Mr. President and dear colleagues, the DFA retirees have spent most of their lives representing our country in the international diplomatic landscape. They have built decades worth of skills navigating complex diplomatic waters to safeguard our national interests both in times of crisis and triumph. Most of our retirees have spent their lives away from their families and loved ones, sacrificing them for the sake of serving the country. Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is high time that we return this sacrifice. It is important to note that this bill is not solely about financial compensation. It is a long overdue recognition of the extraordinary and unique sacrifices made by our foreign service personnel. Mr. President, through this bill, our retirees are assured of pensions that are apt to the lifelong service they have graciously offered to our country. Thank you.
Noted and entered into the records.
President, the former Secretary of Foreign Affairs is seeking the floor.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Mr. President. Sir President, whether sa elementary school or sa Bible school, tinuturuan tayo kung anong ating itatanim, yan ang ating aanihin. And since the ambassadors actually represent the Republic of the Philippines, we make sure na ang ating tinatanim sa DFA are the best of the best. Napagalitan nga ako minsan nung sinabi ko sa kabinete na one of the most or the most professional group of people are in the DFA, and in a sense it was self-serving because I was the secretary then, but it is also because for the lawyers here in the chamber, ang pride po natin ay yung nakapasa ng bar exam. Of course, we have top-notchers here, but it is common knowledge na mas mahirap pa ang exam sa DFA kaso sa bar exam. So while this law, itong magiging law, itong bill na to is much deserved, is needed, I think it's only one piece of a puzzle. Can I leave this chamber with just something to think of? At 65, pag-retire ng ating mga ambassadors, nung araw kasi 60, medyo may edad na, 65 nasa bahay na lang at pag sinabing retired, talagang halos nasa bahay na lang or Sunday nag-church, di ba? Pero sabi nga ni Elon Musk, the new 40 is actually 60. So can you imagine ambassadors who are assigned all around the world, meeting scientists, biggest businessmen, diplomats, presidents, kings, poorest of the poor, richest of the rich. And pag-retire nila, many of them still want to help their country, pero ano ang venue? Di ba? So dati po, halimbawa nag-COMELEC or nag-COA, ang ambisyon maging Supreme Court kasi they retired 65 hanggang 70 sa Supreme Court. But in the last 15 years, maraming 70-year-old na nag-retire ng Supreme Court na appoint sa COA, sa Ombudsman, sa COMELEC, no? So the reality is at 65, 70, 75, I think Yusek Segis is a really, really good example na if someone has to be sent to the Middle East for a crisis, he's one who's sent right away. So let me leave you with this story, and we honored this person a few weeks ago. Nung 40th anniversary po ng Every Nation Victory, nag-testify po yung isa nilang pastor na in 1984, they were in the U-Belt, nasa basement sila ng isang ng tandem cinema. It was a little bit smelly, it was damp, and they did not know anyone. So what they did is they got the newspapers, and yung mga nakita nilang pangalan doon, Marcos, Enrile, Cuangco, Romualdez, pinagpre-pray nila, Aquino. And then paglabas nila ng kalye, nakikita nila yung mga billboards ng sinehan, wala pang tarpaulin nun, so talagang yung pinipintura pa. So nakikita nila si Erap Estrada, Fernando po, etc. No? At pinagpre-pray daw nila. And 40 years later, many na pinagpray nila are members of their church. So their preaching was, God does not change. Nag-change kung sinong nasa kabinete, sinong nasa news, pero God does not change and He's faithful. No? Kung anong tinanim, yan ang anihin. So I went up to the pastor afterwards and said, Pastor, I agree with you 99.9%. Pero Pastor, tignan mo ang kabinete ni President Marcos, nandun pa rin si Senator Enrile, 100 years old na. No? So I want to leave you that story because although hindi rin permanente si Senator Enrile, at 100 years old, he's still very productive and he's using, hopefully, his wealth of knowledge, di ba, for the country. So I hope that after this pension law, this August chamber with the other house can come up with something, whether it's think tanks like PIDS, di ba, or to fully utilize, enhance the image of the country by the experts na nandyan lang. So madalas tayo nagdadasal na sana ganito, ganyan. Nandyan na sila, waiting lang kung ano ang susunod na yugto sa kanilang buhay para sa ating mahal na bansa. So thank you, dear colleagues, in your full support for this bill. And may I also special mention Senator Mark Villar. Thank you for the hard work of navigating yung mga complications ng bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Senator Villanueva is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I stem my explanation of vote by adding to what Senator Cayetano made mention na hindi lang po mahalaga yung kung ano yung tinanim, yun ang aanihin. Lumaki din po tayo doon sa mga katagang ang hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay hindi makakarating doon sa paroroonan. Kaya po ang panukalang batas na ito, Mr. President, ay pagpapahalaga at pag-o-honor sa service ng ating mga foreign service personnel who serve their and devote their lives to representing and serving the best interest of our country and people. So again, Mr. President, we would just like to put into the records our full support for the approval on third and final reading of this measure. We thank the gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, for his hard work in pushing for this very important measure. As one of the co-sponsors of the measure, we would like to again put into the records of this chamber that our ambassadors, our diplomats, and consular staff dedicated themselves and worked tirelessly to protect our national interest foster international collaboration, and ensure the welfare of our 10 million kababayans overseas. A robust retirement program is the least, Mr. President, is the least that we can offer to honor their sacrifices. The Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act aims to adjust the monthly pension of our DFA retirees, and this measure will also align their pensions with those of the government retirees who have received proper adjustments over the years. So again, Mr. President, we support and vote yes to this measure. We thank our dear colleagues, and again, pagpalain po tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor to issue likewise a manifestation.
Senator Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cast my vote in favor of Senate Bill number 2863, Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act, as its principal author. I recognize the need to honor and support the retired officers and employees of the Department of Foreign Affairs who have dedicated their lives to serving our nation. Our diplomats and foreign service personnel have consistently been at the front lines, often in challenging and dangerous environments. They are tasked with advancing the pillars of diplomacy, preserving and enhancing national security, promoting and attaining economic security, fostering cultural diplomacy, and protecting the rights and interests of Filipinos overseas. With the adjustment of a DFA retiree's monthly pension and disability benefits, we ensure adequate support they need to live with dignity during retirement. We also strengthen the institution they serve, inspiring those who follow in their footsteps to uphold the same excellence and dedication. I commend and thank Senator Mark Villar for sponsoring this measure. In fact, I am grateful to Senator Villar that many of the bills I filed from decades ago, whether in his Committee of Government Corporations or Trade, finds its completion into enactment into law through his study, research, and shepherding most of the bills that I have principally authored. I thank him for this. His work ensures that this proposed measure is a concrete expression of our collective commitment to give back to those who have faithfully served our nation. Through this measure, we send a clear message. The sacrifices of our diplomats do not go unnoticed, and their welfare remains a priority even after their years of service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records.
Senator Jinggoy Estrada is seeking the floor. Mr.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Senator Mark Villar for successfully shepherding this bill that will greatly benefit the retired men and women of our diplomatic corps. Mr. President, the quality of service rendered by our DFA officers to our country and our people cannot be overemphasized. Marapat lamang nabigay sa kanila ang benepisyo na kakailanganin nila matapos ang kanilang serbisyo. Sa mga kawani ng kagawaran ng ugnayang panlabas, nasa aktibong serbisyo man o retirado na, makakaasa kayo na pinapangalagaan ng inyong Senado ang inyong kapakanan at kalagayan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
President, last to issue his manifestation is Senator Bongo.
Senator Go is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to express my full support for Senate Bill 2863, also known as the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. As one of the authors of this measure, I am deeply grateful for its passage on the third reading. This bill is about more than just pensions. It embodies justice, fairness, and the recognition of the sacrifices made by those who have devoted their lives to serving our nation on the international stage. It is a testament to our commitment to honor their dedication and ensure they receive the support and dignity they deserve. In closing, Mr. President, as one of the authors of this measure, I firmly believe that the measure before us stands as a concrete manifestation of this constitutional mandate and reflects our commitment to honor those who have dedicated their lives to serving our nation. In closing, Mr. President, I vote in favor of this bill because it embodies our shared values of gratitude, fairness, and respect for those who have given so much to our country. Isa lang po ang pakiusap ko sa ating mga DFA officials, dapat po bukas ang inyong opisina anytime po, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga OFWs na wala pong ibang matakbuhan kung hindi po kayo habang nasa ibang bansa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I support the call of our colleagues here that they all be made co-authors of this measure, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2816. This is the bill setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan. But before, Mr. President, the Senate Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure. That was principal sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, is seeking the floor to issue a very brief manifestation explaining the measure itself, Mr. President. I move that she be recognized.
Yes, to dispel the confusion and the misleading copy that's uploaded on our website, I'd like to explain, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and members, that
The lady may proceed. You're recognized, ma'am.
within the clean copy containing the amendments approved on second reading, we have compromised at the level of 4 years the following election to be conducted on October 20 of 2027. 3 consecutive terms will be the limit, and the SK Charter will prevail for all the other dates referring to the SK, and the incumbent capitanes will be in holdover capacity until that next election in 2027. The assumption of office will be on November 1st, following their election on the years already following. So these are the salient points. We are at 4 years. Kahit pinaglaban namin yung 6 years, we took heed of the arguments of Senator Kiko, Risa, Nancy Binay, Jinggoy, and the rest. I said Coco, sorry, Senator Coco. Pasensya yung boses ko, hindi maayos. Dahil dito, eto yung inabot natin, yung 4 years. Okay. Yun lang.
Mr. President,
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate Secretary be directed to read the title of the bill.
Session is suspended for a minute.
No.
to clarify, the third reading copy contains 4 years, what was approved and adopted during the period of amendments and approved on second reading. The copy being referred to perhaps that may have caused the confusion is the committee report, which contains the original suggestion of the committee of 6 years. However, we cannot as of yet upload in the Senate website a third reading copy not yet approved by plenary. Hence, we distributed the copies saying 4 years, and we will upload the approved third reading copy after we vote on it successfully this afternoon. Wala po tayong inaaprubahan, ma'am, na second reading. Ang ina-upload natin yung committee report lang, tapos yung third reading na.
6 years. The one that's there.
Yes, the committee report was 6 years. Yes.
President, which means, Mr. President, that the approved committee report on second reading was not yet uploaded. So that's it was not uploaded because we don't normally upload.
We don't normally upload it.
That's what we wanted to put into the records.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We only upload what was voted upon and approved on third reading. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Legarda is seeking the floor.
Just to clarify, because there was also confusion here when we were discussing. So the Senate website really had the 6 years because that was the committee report. And the gap lies between that committee report and the discussions in plenary, which reflects the 4 years, but not yet reflected in the website.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct. We will only reflect in the website what is already approved and voted upon on third
reading. Because we do not upload the second. Is it a practice that we do not upload the second reading? Yes.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, there is a question here. Is it a practice or is it a rule? Because the sponsor believes that it should have been uploaded as a 4 years on second reading. It was not.
Ma'am,
But just a clarification.
ma'am,
Yes.
it is not a practice to upload the approved
second reading.
copy because that is actually a mirror image of the third reading copy we will vote upon in a few minutes from now.
So the confusion lies in the gap of the 6 years, which is a committee report, which is still on the Senate website a few minutes ago, and the discussions that ensued in plenary were not reflected on the website, but that all of us are aware that we are down to 4 years, not 6 years. And we're voting for 4 years, not 6 years, the committee report.
The
Okay, clear.
controlling copy, ma'am, is the third reading copy
Yes.
of the bill sent to your respective offices. That is why the majority leader earlier said that the third reading copy was distributed last January 8th by electronic mail to the members. That would be the controlling copy of what we will be voting upon this afternoon, as we have in previous sessions.
It's very clear now. It's clarified because not just the senators, but even the staff got confused upon seeing the Senate website, which still contained the 6 years because it was the committee report.
Noted, ma'am.
But we are voting clearly for 4 years.
4 years.
Very clear. Thank you.
Noted,
Mr.
ma'am. What is the majority floor leader?
Mr. President, having settled the finer details of the bill, I move that the Senate Secretary be directed to read the title of the measure and that this chamber proceed with the roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2816 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor to explain his vote.
Senator Padilla is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Ako po ay tumatayo sa pulpitong ito upang ipahayag po ang aking pagsuporta sa panukalang batas po na ipinukala ng ating kaibigan na kasamahan, Senadora Amy Marcos. Ginoong Pangulo, una po, batay sa lente ng ating saligang batas. Malinaw naman sa Section 8, Artikulo 10 na hindi kabilang ang barangay official sa mga opisyal na dilimitahan sa 3 taon ang termino ng paninilbihan. Sa halip, ang Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng pagpapasa ng batas ang maaaring magtakda ng kanilang termino. Gayunpaman, malaya naman po ang sinuman na maghain ng petisyon upang hamunin ang pagiging konstitusyonal ng maipapasang batas. Ikalawa, mula po sa praktikal na perspektibo, hindi po talaga sapat ang 3 taon upang maisagawa ng mga naihilal na opisyal ang kanilang mga inilatag na plataforma at mga ninanais na programa. Nakapaloob rin po ang obserbasyong ito sa position paper ng League of Cities of the Philippines. Dagdag na rin po sa mga hamong inaharap ng ating mga opisyal na siya ring obserbasyon ng ating butihing sponsor ang kakulangan sa oras sa implementasyon ng kanilang mga inisyatiba dahil po sa napakaraming responsibilidad na ibinaba sa ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Ikatlo, naniniwala po tayo na mas magkakaroon ng stability ang ating mga sangguniang barangay sa pagsasagawa ng kanilang tungkulin kung mas mahaba ang kanilang termino. Alam naman po natin, Ginoong Pangulo, na may mga pagkakataon kapag hindi kapartido o kakampi ang mga nakaraang nasa pwesto ay hindi na matutuloy ang mga programa o proyekto, gaano man kabisa ang mga ito. Ginoong Pangulo, ang ating pong matitipid sa madalas na pagsasagawa ng halalan para sa mga opisyal ng barangay ay maaari nating mailaan para sa mga makabuluhan at epektibong programa at proyekto ng ating pamahalaan. Sa kadahilan ng ito, buo po ang aking suporta para sa Senate Bill number 2816 na siyang magiging daan upang mapatatag pa natin ang ating mga opisyal sa pambarangay. Muli po, maraming salamat.
Noted and entered into the records.
President, Senator Jigoy Estrada is likewise seeking the floor to explain.
Senate President Pro Tem Estrada is recognized. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Mr.
sir.
President. Mr. President, I would like to register my support to the proposed measure setting to 4 years the term of office of all elected Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials. Congratulations in order for Senator Amy Marcos for successfully steering the approval of this bill. This will finally put to rest the issue of repetitive extension of Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Umasa tayo na sa pagsasabatas nito ay may katiyakan na may pagpapatuloy ang pagpapatupad ng mga programa sa ating mga komunidad at magkakaroon ng mas matatag na pamamahala ang ating mga halal na mga barangay officials. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
President, Senator Zubiri is seeking the floor.
Senator Zubiri is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. If I just can be made as well a co-author of the measure, we've been fighting for this measure for quite a long time, fixing the dates of terms of our officer of the elected officials in the barangays, especially the Sangguniang Kabataan. So we thank all the sponsors, together with Senator Marcos, for pushing for this measure. Hopefully, one day we can give an accompanying measure on their benefits as well, particularly on the volunteer workers, the BPO, yung mga TANOD, BHBO, yung mga daycare workers, and the health workers, of course, of the barangays. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to Senator Amy Marcos for also entertaining our amendments, and likewise, this representation would like to be a co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the record. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Bong Revilla is likewise seeking the floor.
Senator Revilla is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Buong-buong po ang ating suporta sa panukalang ito. let us stress how the barangay is defined under the local government code as the basic political unit. It serves as the primary planning and implementing unit of government policies, plans, programs, projects, and activities in the community. And as a forum wherein the collective views of the people may be expressed, crystallized, and considered, and where disputes are amicably settled. Ito mismo ang binibigyan natin ng diin kung paano nagsisilbing tulay ang ating mga barangay upang mas mapabilis at matiwasay ang pagdaloy ng mga programa ng ating pamahalaang diretso mismo sa mga mamamayan. Kaya I congratulate Senator Amy Marcos for this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the third reading of the next measure, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to insert in the records her explanation of vote for Senate Bill number 2897, or the amendment to the Safe Spaces Act.
So inserted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I was just informed that Senator Bongo would like to deliver his explanation of vote to Senate Bill number 2816, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Go is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I rise before the August Chamber to manifest my support and the rationale behind my affirmative vote on Senate Bill number 2816, or an act setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan. As one of the authors of this measure, I am very happy with the progress of this bill, as this measure promotes stability and continuity in barangay and SK leadership. Isa lang po ang pakiusap ko sa ating mga barangay and SK officials. Unahin po natin ang pagsiservisyo sa ating mga kababayang mahirap, at tayo po'y bukas ang ating opisina para sa kanilang lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa inyong mga nasasakupan sa inyong barangay. Meanwhile, as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Youth, the bill ensures that the Sangguniang Kabataan continues to play a vital component of youth representation, as this will also ensure the opportunity to empower young leaders and encourage civic engagement. By extending their term, we allow them to maximize their contributions to youth development and nation building. I thank and congratulate the principal sponsor of this measure, our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, for pushing this significant measure that will surely be of great help toward our fellow Filipinos. This is all, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Noted and entered into the records. Thank you, Honorable Go.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7406. This is the bill on the revised charter of the city of Baguio. Mr. President, the printed copies of this bill were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on December 18, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak amending sections 23 and 52 and repealing section 55 of Republic Act number 11689, otherwise known as the revised Charter of Baguio. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7406 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9625. This is the bill converting the LTO Extension Office in Tuao, Cagayan Province. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
and converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in Municipality of Tuao, Province of Cagayan into a regular district office and appropriate funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antivero, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 9625 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe is seeking the floor to issue a short manifestation of support.
Senator Poe may proceed.
I would like to thank Senator Tulfo for pushing this measure, Mr. President. The benefit of converting an LTO office to a district office is two-pronged. On one hand, it will make government services more accessible to our motoring public. Bawas sa pamasahe at hindi na ubos ang oras pagpunta sa malalayong sangay. Dahil hindi na crowded ang mga opisina, iikli na rin ang pila at hindi na maghihintay ng matagal ang ating mga kababayan. On the other hand, our fellow public servants in covered offices will have better working conditions. Existing extension offices were created merely through administrative orders. Thus, they are inherently limited to terms of capacity and budget. The conversion of these extension offices into regular district offices will provide plantilla positions and more funding. Ang mga manggagawa ay mabibigyan ng regular at makakatanggap ng mas nararapat na pasahod at maayos na pasilidad at kagamitan sa paggampan nila ng kanilang tungkulin. Allow me to express my support for the passage of this measure. We are hopeful that the conversion of this office remains purely in service of our countrymen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume on the consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the capital markets. This is just a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Ano number?
10-8.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
Yes, Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Before we proceed with the reference of business, I move that we recognize our Senate President relative to Senate Bill number 10841. I move that he be recognized.
The Senate President is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to reconsider the approval on second reading of House Bill number 10841. This is the bill fixing the term of the office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant. I believe it is in our best interest to take an opportunity to refine the provision, Mr. President. And as such, I am seeking to reconsider its approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion to reconsider the approval on second reading of House Bill number 10841 is hereby granted.
Having been reconsidered, Mr. President, may I move that we open the period of amendments for the purpose of introducing a singular amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
May I request for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, the singular amendment is on page 30, delete the entire transitory provision found in lines 15 to 17. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is hereby approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President. I move to close the period of interpolation of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President,
Second.
I
Majority Leader.
move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10841. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, House Bill number 10841 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10841.
Hearing no objection, the motion is hereby approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before we suspend,
Yes, what is the pleasure of the...
due to the heat of the exchanges today and the hardworking Majority Floor Leader, we forgot to greet our Majority Floor Leader. A belated happy birthday. I just like to put that on record, Mr. President.
Okay, session is suspended in order for
Thank
our
you
colleagues
colleague from
to
Bukidnon.
greet the Majority Floor Leader a belated happy birthday. Session suspended.
Ginoong Pangulo, nagkakabatian po ng birthday, meron pong nakalimutan.
I think you forgot to greet my kid brother a belated happy birthday, Senator
Yun po.
JV.
Opo, Ginoong Pangulo. Maligayang kaarawan po.
Session suspended for our colleagues to greet Senator JV a belated happy birthday.
The presiding officer.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? There being none, the secretary is hereby, to read the, order of business.
Messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 18 December 2024, it passed the following House bills in which request the concurrence of the Senate. House number 11115, declaring the F. Mercado Street and JP Rizal Street in Calamba, Laguna as historical and cultural zones, appropriating funds therefore.
Culture and the arts, tourism and finance.
11116, establishing a cultural center, archives and heritage museum in Bacoor City, Cavite, to be known as Sentrong Pangkultura, Archivo at Museo ng Lungsod ng Bacoor, defining its purposes and objectives and appropriating funds therefore.
Culture and the arts, local government and finance.
11167, converting the Alegria Elementary School in Alegria, Barcelona, Sorsogon into an integrated school to be known as the Alegria Integrated School, appropriating funds therefore.
Basic education and finance.
11152, establishing a technical vocational institution and under the supervision of the TESDA in Santa Maria, Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore. House number 11153, establishing a TESDA district office in General Santos, appropriating funds therefore. 11154, establishing a TESDA training and assessment center in Gulod, Quezon City, appropriating funds therefore. 11155, establishing a TESDA training and assessment center in Magsaysay, Occidental, Mindoro, appropriating funds therefore. 11156, establishing a TESDA training and assessment center in San Jose, Nueva Ecija. 11157, establishing a TESDA provincial training and assessment center in Balanga, Bataan, appropriating funds therefore. 11158, establishing a TESDA provincial training and assessment center in Buug, Zamboanga, Sibugay, appropriating funds. 11159, establishing a TESDA training and assessment center in Santa Cruz, Makati City, appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on higher technical and vocational education and finance.
11162, establishing in the municipality of Baler, province of Aurora, a level 3 general hospital to be known as the Aurora Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Health and demography and finance.
11163, establishing in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, a level 2 general hospital to be known as the Liloy General Hospital, appropriating funds therefore.
Health and demography and finance.
11168, declaring the Macahambus Gorge and its immediate environs in Lumbia, Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism zone. 11169, declaring the Congressman Edelmiro Amante Sr. Mapaso Resort and Adventure Nature Park an ecotourism zone. 11170, declaring Mount Canlandog, Barangay Canlandog, Municipality of Murcia, Negros Occidental, an ecotourism zone. 11171, declaring Sitio Pulacan, San Fernando, City of Talisay, Negros Occidental, an ecotourism site. 11172, declaring the Aloha Falls in Barangay Poncan, Municipality of Caranglan, Nueva Ecija, an ecotourism site. And house number 11173, declaring the Silawa Falls in Barangay Villa Conzoilo, Municipality of Haro, Province of Leyte, an ecotourism zone.
Tourism, environment, natural resources, and climate change and finance.
House number 11165, establishing a provincial office of the Land Transportation and Franchising Regulatory Board in Bohol and appropriating funds therefore.
Public services and finance.
A letter from the House informing the Senate that on 18 December 2024, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreed provisions of House number 9015 and Senate number 2568, institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and providing funds therefore.
To the archives.
Bill on first reading, Senate number 2909, institutionalizing the Philippine National Games and appointing funds therefore. Senator Go.
Sports and finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1266, commending and congratulating the outstanding young men TOYM awardees of 2024. Senator Binay.
Rules.
1267, directing the Senate Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones to conduct an investigation into the discovery of a submersible drone off the coast of Barangay Inawaran, San Pascual, Masbate, for the purpose of determining its implications on Philippine national security. Senator Tolentino.
Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones.
Committee Report 47, jointly by the Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development and Finance, on Senate number 2908, with Senators Gatchalian, Marcos, Revilla Jr., Estrada, Villar M., Villanueva, Villar C., Lapid, Ejercito, and Go as authors. And not providing alternative modes of voting for persons in vulnerable situations to exercise the right of suffrage. Amending Republic Act number 10366, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 777, 1056, 1160, 1501, 1642, 1675, 2139, 2239, 2361, 2362, and 2482. Taking into consideration House number 7576, sponsor Senator Marcos.
To declare and therefore ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 1536 under Committee Report number 87. This is the bill on the expanded Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 1536 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure, while I'm still looking for the chairperson of the committee is here, Mr. President, is that we have closed the period of amendments. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1536, a bill that would encompass areas within Cavite and Metro Manila, Las Piñas specifically.
Is there an objection? There being none, this motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1536 is hereby approved on second reading.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1536.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments without prejudice to the other members of this chamber asking questions of the measure. With that, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the approved amendment by substitution on December 11, 2025 as our working draft 2024. Mr. President, as our working draft, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel are hereby recognized. After.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
With the permission of our esteemed colleague. If we can, although I know the parliamentary stage that we are in, but with the permission of our sponsor, if we could just ask some clarificatory questions so that we will know whether to pursue the amendments that we have in mind, Mr. President, depending on the inputs that we get from the sponsor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, this measure, taken as a whole, will this contribute to the revenues of government or lower or decrease the revenues of government?
Based on the information supplied to us by the DOF, it will contribute 22 billion for the next 5 years. So from 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, it will contribute positive 22 billion, Mr. President.
Despite the fact that the bill contains a lot of provisions lowering tax rates, Mr. President. So
Yes.
may we get just a clarification, yung lino-lower natin, ano ba ito at anong effect, and then ano naman yung in-increase natin, or maybe nag-impose tayo ng bagong tax, and how much would that be, so that ang net effect niya would be 4 billion more or less pesos a year? Net increase, Mr. President?
On the average, yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes.
But Mr. President, the biggest, the reason why we call this Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act, Mr. President, is to increase activity when it comes to the equities and debt market, Mr. President. And one of the biggest hurdles, as I explained last time, Mr. President, during our interpellation, is the high friction cost when it comes to stock trading, Mr. President. Right now, we charge about 0.6% per every stock transaction, Mr. President. In some jurisdictions like Singapore, hold on, Mr. President. Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, they don't charge any stock transaction tax, Mr. President. So in ASEAN, we have one of the highest in terms of stock transaction tax. So, Mr. President, so in other words, if you have, if you want to raise capital, you would rather go to those countries because friction cost is non-existent or very minimal, Mr. President. So one of the biggest reforms that we are proposing is to reduce stock transaction tax from 0.6 to 0.1
and that will have a revenue impact of about 37 billion pesos for the next 5 years until 2029. Negative. Negative. So in order to offset that, Mr. President, we are proposing two reforms. Number one is to remove the exemption from excise tax for pickups, Mr. President, because we found out that 80% of pickups are not being used for agricultural purposes. So that will generate about 37 billion pesos, Mr. President. And at the same time, we're also removing the exemption for long-term deposits and foreign currency deposit units, Mr. President. So in other words, those investments that are long-term, which benefits mostly the rich, Mr. President, because they have the capacity to invest long-term, will be removed, Mr. President. And that will generate... Invest or deposit? Deposit. Sorry, Yes. I stand corrected, Mr. President. To deposit. For time deposits, it will yield 37 billion pesos in addition. And for FCDUs, will yield 24 billion in addition, Mr. President.
So, di ba, Mr. President, so that means you will now be taxing at a higher rate the long-term deposits as well as the foreign currency deposit units. So in effect, we are discouraging. So, how do we justify that? I mean, di ba, si long-term deposit is also capital mobilization, hindi ba? Or making the rich making their excess money available to the capital markets through the banks. Hindi po ba?
Well,
And yet we want to tax it higher. Ngayon, foreign currency deposits, nakala ko ba so that those with foreign currency including from abroad will entertain depositing their foreign currencies here in the Philippines.
But Mr. President, let's focus on those two items because those are the two major items that will be affected. Long-term deposits, Mr. President, are influenced by interest rates, how much you will earn, Mr. President. That's the primary decision-making factor, Mr. President. And I demonstrated last time that even removing the exemption, the interest with long-term deposit is still quite attractive because how banks offer it, the longer you deposit, the higher the interest rates. So even though we remove the exemption, the interest rates will still be very attractive. And that is the incentive for investing long-term, Mr. President, because of the interest rates, Mr. President. So in other words, lamang ka pa rin, Mr. President, even though you remove the exemption. In terms of foreign currency deposit units, Mr. President, over time, the country has significantly built up its foreign currency reserves, Mr. President. And right now, we're at around $90 billion, Mr. President, in terms of foreign currency deposit. Central Bank, Mr. President. And because of healthy trade and healthy transaction, Mr. President. So in other words, giving individuals, especially those who have the capacity exemption, Mr. President, doesn't help us because of our built-in trade activities. We have managed to earn significant dollar reserves, Mr. President. So in other words, in short, Mr. President, hindi na natin kailangan magbigay pa ng incentives because our own trade transactions can build foreign currency reserves, Mr. President. Mr. President,
and then we want to do that to raise more funds because there are measures where we will be losing funds. We are doing this so that the 37 billion pesos will be recouped.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then, because we have measures that to forgo 37 billion pesos worth of revenues.
Well, Mr. President, the original intention of this was really in the PFITA bill. There's really an intention to rationalize the incentive because the exemption is a form of incentive, Mr. President. So we're giving away incentives for long-term deposits,
as well as investing in depositing in dollars, Mr. President. So the original intention in PIFITA was to remove that so that incentives will not be granted to FCDUs and to long-term, but it will not diminish the long-term deposits because interest rates are still high. So we're just moving it forward, Mr. President, because of the capital markets aspect, Mr. President. But there's an intention to rationalize that through PIFITA.
Long-term peso deposits, do they play a role in the development or the strengthening of the capital market in the Philippines? Yes or no?
Well, Mr. President, the long-term deposits end
Pesos.
up as loans, Mr.
Di
President.
ba? So access to capital din yun, di ba?
Well, can
So,
be.
That's why the history is we incentivized it. Ngayon, foreign currencies, do they also play a role in developing and strengthening the capital market of the Philippines?
Foreign currencies mainly end up in our exchange, in our dollar reserves, Mr. President. So admittedly, there are a portion of long-term deposit that ends up in capital formation, Mr. President. But not all ends up in capital formation. Some of them go to, let's say, consumer lending. Some of them go to buying of houses. So hindi lahat napupunta sa capital markets, Mr. President. Not all.
Kasi Mr. President, parang napansin ko, we are shifting lang the burden as well as the incentive. So ngayon, parang gusto natin si stock market ang paboran. So from 0.6 to 0.1, then we will lose revenues. Ngayon si FCDU at saka si long-term deposits that dati may exemption, tatanggalin so that the tax collection from these transactions will be higher for the government. So parang ginanon lang natin. But
Yes.
All in the name of strengthening, developing our capital market.
Yes, Mr.
Yun na.
President.
So, what is the logic? Bakit, let's say, bakit paboran na si stock market? Bakit di natin pwedeng, let us say, nainggit tayo sa Singapore na 0%, gusto natin mag 0.1%, retain the incentives to the long-term peso deposits and the FCDU because they might be working. Because sabi nyo, ang ganda ng dollar natin, reserves. Close to $100 billion ata, di ba? So, and then maybe the ultra-rich here in the Philippines are making their excess cash available to the capital markets through the banks, through loans, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President,
profile ng FCD, mga higher income lang po ang nagbe-benefit.
so parang gusto mo sabihin, yung dollar deposit sa lugar, di ba meron tayo? But Mr. President, I also explained earlier during the last interpellation, Mr. President, that part of the reason why we want to rationalize the exemptions being given is also for equity purposes, Mr. President, because only the rich actually can take advantage of the exemptions that are being given to FCDUs as well as to time deposits, Mr. President. So, for example, in FCDUs, 86% of the total FCDU deposits come from the fifth quintile, meaning this is the upper end of the income bracket, Mr. President. When it comes to time deposits, 91% of the time deposits are being taken advantage of the fifth quintile of our society, the upper end of our society, Mr. President. So, in other words, we're giving incentives to people who can afford to have long-term deposits and afford to have foreign currency deposit units, Mr. President. But the real incentives is not only the exemption, Mr. President, but also the interest rates that they are being charged and the interest rates that they can take advantage of because it's higher. So that's a real incentive, Mr. President.
Ang interest rates are projections. Di ba? They're not the effect of the law.
No, Mr. President, that's market-driven, Mr. President.
Yeah.
That's market-driven.
So that's just a projection or a promise that this is what's going to happen. Di ba?
Well, it's market-driven, Mr. President. So banks normally offer higher interest rates for long-term deposits,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yeah.
Mr. President.
Pero because of the withdrawal of an exemption, therefore there will be now a tax from the point of view of the depositor, of the long-term depositor, before and after, compare natin, the scenario in the after is that his income from the long-term deposit is lesser.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so,
But Mr. President,
this incentivized
to deposit long-term. But Mr. President, it's still an incentive because he will get a higher interest rates compared if you deposit short-term, Mr. President.
But that's also the case even before the bill. Ganun naman
So
yun.
it's not
long-term versus short-term. It's all the interest rate of long-term is always higher than
So
short-term.
but Mr. President, pantay na yung short-term, long-term. The only
Ngayon?
No, with the proposal. No, with the proposal, we will take out the exemption for the long-term, Mr. President. Diba? So magiging pantay na.
That's not the tax point of view, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about from the interest income point of view. Interest rate point of view.
Yes.
Of the depositor.
Correct, Mr. President.
And from the actual take-home interest income to be earned by the long-term depositor,
Yes.
mas mababa na siya under this measure.
Yes.
Yes, yun na.
Yes.
So that's the outcome we really want, Mr. President.
Yes.
To force, parang message natin, we are telling those with excess cash, which they might make available for long-term deposit, kung disincentivize sila sa measure na ito to look at some other form of investment. Ganun yung mensahe.
Yes.
That's the message. Okay, and what would that be? Stocks.
They can go to stocks,
Okay,
Mr. President.
Ngayon, na-push na natin sa stocks. Kaya that's why minention natin yung mga fifth quintile for who have deposits. Pero ang tanong ko, who are involved in the stock market? Hindi ba sa taas din?
Well, Mr. President, that's what we want to achieve. Nagiging sa taas rin because of the stock transaction tax. No, because the friction cost is expensive. So if we lower it down, what we envision here is to improve the penetration of equities market to hopefully the common investor, Mr. President. And that can happen in twofold. The common investor can invest directly to the stock market, buying equities directly, or they can go through mutual funds. They can go to UITF, Unit Investment Trust Fund, and those funds can invest in the stock market. We're also lowering down the friction cost of mutual funds and UITF, Mr. President.
Pati ba to? It's a UITF na ito, pati ba sa mutual fund ba sa'yo? Asan yung composition ng... Kaya napansin ko nga, Mr. President, actually, investing in the stock market, we are pushing the investors to the mutual funds. Tama pa ba eh? Yung Unit Investment Trust Fund, are those mutual funds?
Yes, Mr.
Are
President.
those more or less the same as mutual funds?
Yes, Mr. President.
UITF?
Yes, but banks yun. It's being offered by the banks. Mutual funds being offered by investment houses. UITF is being offered by banks, Mr.
Then
President.
we are also giving them some tax incentives, yung dalawa, mutual funds and
Just
then,
lowering down the friction costs
Yes.
in terms of DST, Mr. President.
DST naman. So that means kaya nga, ang measure natin pushes the money and even siguro our common folks, not the ultra rich. We are directing them to the stock market, and within the stock market, we are directing them to invest through mutual funds and to UITFs. Ganun nangyari.
That might be true, Mr. President, but not completely true because the investment profile for mutual funds and UITF and equities is much different than time deposit. Time deposits are risk-free, meaning you will get your money back no matter what happens. With equities market, mutual funds, UITF, these are, in a way, have risk, Mr. President. So no matter how good of a fund manager you are, you cannot take away the risk investing in mutual funds and UITF. So if I'm an investor and I want sigurado, I will still remain with long-term deposits and alike, Mr. President, because that's risk-free. You know, you could get your money back at some point, Mr. President. So in a way, yes, but it's not completely. It's not a complete movement to the equities market, Mr. President. Anong page yun? Yung sa...
Hindi, ako nag-submit ng 6. Di ba? Pinutulak. Oo nga. So in effect, Mr. President, kaya nga,
Mr. President,
we will...
may papakita lang ako slide, Mr. President. Because we're talking about FCDU. So we made research and we also asked BSP, where is our reserves coming from? Saan ba nagagaling yung reserves natin? So I'll show a slide 56, Mr. President. A bulk of the 85% of our reserves come from foreign direct investments. This is the more or less $10 billion that comes every year to our country, Mr. President. So if you look at the FCDU here, it's about 2% only, Mr. President. So in other words, the built up of our dollar reserves mainly come from transactions and mainly come from investments, Mr. President.
Where's the FCDU, Mr. President?
The special
Foreign exchange.
the foreign exchange, Mr. President. The foreign exchange.
Okay. So
we asked the BSP to give us.
Kaya nga, so we even want it to be lower than 3%. Ganun na epekto dyan eh.
Not necessarily, Mr. President, because if you are a multinational company, you will use the FCDU no matter what because you're a foreign.
That's under foreign investments, Mr. President.
No, for normal transactions, Mr. President. For example, paying your expats, normally that's also in dollars. So remittances from abroad. So multinationals will use FCDU no matter what, Mr. President.
But can we ask the sponsor, Mr. President, to update this to 2024? Because last year, Central Bank, BSP sold 40 metric tons of our gold, Mr. President.
Okay,
So,
Mr. President.
I'm
We'll
sure
request that.
hindi na po yan 10%, Mr. President.
Yeah, we'll request that, Mr.
Tingnan natin how radically this table will change, Mr. President.
Sige, Mr. President. We'll request that from the BSP, Mr. President. So that's why when we were studying the possibility of removing the exemption from FCDU, we looked at this important table because that's my first question to myself, Mr. President. What about our dollar reserves? But over time, it changed, Mr. President. And now, because a lot of interest to the Philippines, we are getting FDIs. FDIs now is the main source of our reserves, Mr. President.
Kaya nga, Mr. President, with incentives, foreign exchange po 3% of the composition of GIR. Ngayon, what is the plan? Gusto mo pang i-drive down to zero yan, Mr. President? I mean, okay, so basta we can see that the focus is now in the stock market.
Yes, Mr. The equities market. And also debt market. Also debt market because we also lowered down DST for bonds, Mr. President. Especially
from
0.7. Ito sabi ko na sa yung sabi so ano history ng documents na even before next 9,000 ko lang.
sa bonds.
Opo. 0.75. Based on value, based on value of the schema.
Ito ba yun? Basti.
Bonds kasi 0.75. Ito ay
Tapos,
176. Di ba ang bonds? Binagawa natin. Ito siya, sir. Pag foreign currency. Ito nga.
For, Mr. President, for bonds, debentures, certificate of stock, or certificate of indebtedness issued by any
Foreign country.
issued in any foreign country is from 0.1 to 0.5%, 0.1 to 0.75%, Mr. President.
0.1 to
0.75.
increase? 0.075 decrease.
Decrease, Mr. President.
Yeah, 1%. Huh?
Si 0.1, tapos 0.7, 0.7.
Sorry, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Let me just clarify this.
Session suspended.
0.075.
Sorry, Mr. President, just to clarify, under
Maybe get the section also, Mr. President.
under section 3, section 22 of the bill, Mr. President, we defined the term securities as shares of stock, bonds, debentures, notes, evidences of indebtedness, and asset-backed securities. So that is the definition for securities.
Yes.
And we lowered down the DST for securities from 1% to 0.75%, Mr. President.
From 1%.
Yes, Mr. President. You're correct, Mr. President.
From 1% to 0.75%.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So DST yan, but meron kasi akong fundamental objection sa DST, Mr. President. What is DST? The mere fact that you are issuing a document, you are taxed, and can some transactions na VAT na DST pa rin?
But Mr. President, DST is really as the name implies, it's a transaction tax, Mr. President. So it's really a tax over the document that comes from different transactions, Mr. President. So there are proposals to rationalize that. In the next bill that we will be sponsoring, we have a proposal to massively reform the DST components in our country, Mr. President. So
DST is also a form of a friction.
yes, Mr. President, it's from a friction cost.
Per records of BIR, how much do we collect from DST?
We'll get the records, Mr. President, the total collection for DST.
So it's good that we're looking at DST because it is also a form of friction, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, for example, in the next proposal that we'll be making, everyday documents such as marriage certificates, birth certificates, the one we're talking about, Mr. President, earlier during your hearing, we have a proposal to remove the DSTs for that, Mr. President, because these are everyday transactions, Mr. President. So we have also a proposal to rationalize it. Those documents that basically are used in the finance industry, will rationalize that, maybe lower down a little bit. Those that are used for everyday transactions, birth certificates, namely, will remove the DST, Mr. President.
Yung mga documents every 3 years, Mr. President, tagalin nyo na rin doon.
Yes, Mr. President.
You know what I'm referring to? The certificates of candidacy.
Meron, Mr. President.
Mr. President, have we looked at the DST regimes of neighboring countries? Kasi kinumpare natin yung tax, sa stock market tax natin. Did we look, Singapore, for example, is there a DST in Singapore?
For which transaction, Mr. President?
Well, as concept lang. Is there a DST or its equivalent in Singapore?
Well, Mr. President, I have to check.
Kasi kung frictionless na nga siya sa stock market eh. So yun ang tanong ko, mag-iimbento ba ang government or state of Singapore ng some other form of friction, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I don't have the straight answer right now, Mr. President. But if Singapore is one of the few countries that really try to reduce as much friction costs as possible, I would assume that they have fewer DSTs compared to us, Mr. President. But I'll get the exact number, Mr. President. And the collection for DST, Mr. President, for the year 2023 is 179 billion pesos, Mr. President. So it's quite significant.
Yeah, pero it's quite significant, but it's unfair, Mr. President. That's an unfair tax, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President.
I mean, meron ng mga tax on the transaction eh. Tax even on the sales or even on the ano. And yet, ang gobyerno, ang state, nakikisakay pa sa issuance of that, of the evidence or of the document, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. That's why my philosophy there is also to reduce friction costs as much as possible. But I do admit, Mr. President, it's hard to do that now because a big chunk of government's revenue come from DSTs. But there's an opportunity to rationalize DST, especially the everyday transactions, Mr. President, experienced by our ordinary constituents. No?
Pati sa issuance ng share of stock, di ba? May DST?
Yes, Mr. President.
Not in the purchase, in the buying and selling of the share, but in the issuance of proof of the ownership of the share.
Yes.
Dati, sanay pa kasi sa papel. Ngayon siguro digital na. But sa digital ba, may DST din?
Yes, meron, Mr. President.
Mr. President, so
that's right now, it's 1%, Mr.
kung
President.
makita natin, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's a rider tax eh. Rider in the sense, sakay lang ng sakay naging digital na nga eh. Wala na nga document eh. Andiyan pa siya eh.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Totoo yan, Mr. President. But I think it's also, it's not really, I think government views it as a revenue generator rather than just the transaction, the feature of the transaction or whether it's digital or not digital. But it's really a revenue earner for government, Mr. President.
No, but if this measure pursues a philosophy, a tax philosophy, or a capital markets philosophy to reduce friction costs, dapat in-address din natin itong although binabaan nga natin, pero yung fundamental yung fundamental idea mismo of why we have a DST. Why do we still have a DST?
Siguro, Mr. President, i-question din natin yun at
Yeah.
pag-usapan.
Mr. President, in the next proposal that we'll be sponsoring, there's a massive rationalization of DSTs, Mr. President. And like to solicit from our minority leader suggestions on which one to rationalize, Mr. President.
79 billion, sabi? Tama ba? Isa sinagot yan. Well, now, Mr. President, anyway, para tapusin na po natin itong preliminary interpellation so that we can now think about our possible amendments to this measure. Yun lang po sa pick-up, Mr. President, kasi parang yung finding, who made that finding? I think it's an organization, but
CAMPI, Mr. President.
Yes.
The Chamber of Automotive Manufacturing Association of the Philippines.
Of course, we can question how they were able to reach such a conclusion, hindi ba? I mean, so how much are we talking about when it comes to the withdrawal of the exemption from excise tax of the pickup trucks, Mr. President?
37 billion for the next 5 years, Mr.
For the
President.
next 5 years, so 7 billion a year. Pero Mr. President, I mean, ano yan eh? We gave this concession just a few years back eh. I mean,
well, Mr. President,
is it an admission that we made a mistake a few years back, Mr. President?
well, Mr. President, I wouldn't go into saying that it was a mistake, but definitely the exemption encourage non-business users to use it, Mr. President. There's an exemption. So if even though, and the exemption, again, it's an incentive. So basically, those people who are not in business, who are not in agriculture, were incentivized to buy pickups for their daily use, which is not the intention, Mr.
The buying market for motor vehicles was pushed towards buying pickup trucks or vehicles, and we didn't mind because there's a possible use for productive purposes, for agriculture and other business purposes. Yun eh. Hindi naman natin sinabi na nilagay natin na condition, you can only buy a pickup at this exempted amount if you will use it for business. Hindi, tinulak talaga natin dun eh. Just a few years ago. Ngayon, we are going to reverse the decision, Mr. President.
Well,
So, why not let it remain? And then encourage people to be productive. Tama-tama, ang binili mo naman, hindi naman luxury vehicle or ano, pwede mo pala talaga magamit sa negosyo or agricultural purposes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if my memory serves me right, during the discussion for this particular vehicle, the discussion there is pickups are mainly used for agriculture. I remember that.
Yes, yes.
And for businesses, Mr. President. But since after years of exempting them, people who are not even in agriculture, and we can see this, Mr. President, just go around Metro Manila, we can see pickups are being used for passenger, for personal and for passenger use, Mr. President. We can see pickups not being used for even for businesses, Mr. President, because of the exemption, Mr. President. So after many years of giving it exemption, we analyzed the data supplied directly from the manufacturers, and we found out that 80% of the pickups are not used for what is intended to be used for, Mr. President. So that is the rationale why we accepted the proposal to remove the pickups, Mr. President.
How many years ago did we make the decision, Mr. President, for the exemption from excise tax? Tama ba?
2018, Mr. President.
2018. Okay nga, so 6 years ago.
So almost 7 years, Mr. President.
Kasi Mr. President, itong mga kasama natin dito, for example, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Davao del Sur, Southern Mindanao, ang kanyang testimony sa atin, kita niya siguro gamit talaga sa Siguro sa nature na rin ng area niya, agricultural, yun din ang vehicle nila. So,
But Mr. President, so it's important to note that vehicles that are really used for businesses and agriculture will remain exempted. No, these are the single-use chassis vehicles, Mr. President. Yung nakikita natin na may cab sa likod, Mr. President, those will remain exempted. So in other words, if you talk about tendencies, the tendency is they will really buy those vehicles that they can use for their agricultural purposes, Mr. President. So ililipat lang natin sila doon, Mr. President.
yes, but we were just, I was just convinced 6 years ago, Mr. President, to grant this excise tax exemption. So, maybe we can give it a little more time, Mr. President. Siguro encourage din ang mga kababayan natin to be entrepreneurial or to engage in agricultural activities. Ano malay natin, yung mga gamit na nilang pick-up, talagang magagamit nila for the businesses and for their farms, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'll flash on the screen examples of single cab chassis, Mr. President. So this type of vehicles will still remain exempted, Mr. President. And this is really widely used for businesses. No debate, Mr. President, that these are used for agricultural purposes. These are used for manufacturing. Yung iba nga mukha nga pick up, Mr. President. So this will remain exempted. They will still enjoy exemption purchasing these vehicles, Mr. President. And you can configure, you can customize, Mr. President, the back portion. You can have an open chassis. You can have my cab. so iba-iba, Mr. President. But definitely, this will be used for agricultural and business purposes.
Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
There's a resource person, Mr. President. Fresh from Luneta.
With the permission of the good sponsor and the minority leader, can I interject something?
Senator De La Rosa is recognized. With the permission of the two gentlemen.
Yeah, Mr. President, this is a very neutral point of view, Mr. President. Pagdating kasi sa farming, lahat ng ganito, Mr. President, ay, yes, totoo yan. Gamit na gamit sa farming, pero ito kasi mga ganito, walang 4x4 dito eh. Whereas yung double cab, merong 4x4. Tapos kagaya yung farm ko na masyadong sira yung kalsada, nangangailangan talaga 4x4 para ma-deliver ko yung aking farm produce from my farm to the market. So, yung mga ganyan, yung single cab, wala talagang 4x4 dyan na version. City, rural, urban driving, pero not for rugged terrain. Yung farm ko, dadaan ka ng rugged terrain, hindi ko bibilin yan kasi bibilihin ko talaga yung may 4x4 para makarga ko yung aking produkto.
But Mr. President, as long as it's single chassis, even though it's 4x4, it's still exempted, Mr. President.
Yeah, my point, Mr. President, is yung ganitong single cab, walang variant dito na may 4x4. 4x2 lang talaga ito sila lahat. So kung ako, farmer ako, na yung aking access road is very cruel, kailangan ko talaga ng 4x4. So, yun lang. Point of view ko lang yung Mr. President. Kailangan ko ng 4x4.
I think
walang available na 4x4 variant dito eh. Itong single cab.
Mr. President, I'm sure Toyota, Mitsubishi, Mazda Isuzu heard the gentleman from Davao del Sur loud and clear, Mr. President. So I'm sure that variant will be available in the Philippines
So,
later on.
yung terrain kasi din, Mr. President, di man pare-pares, di man lahat Metro Manila, Mr. President. So, we're talking about, on this issue alone, Mr. President, the withdrawal of the excise tax exemption is, magkano ulit yun? 7 billion a year?
Yes,
Or
Mr.
5
President.
billion a year? What was it?
37 billion in 5 years, Mr.
So,
President.
a little over 7 billion pesos a year. Yan yung
Yeah.
pinag-usapan natin, Mr.
Correct,
President.
Mr. President.
Whether to withdraw such that we can collect that 7 billion
Yes, Mr.
pesos a year, Mr. President. Yun lang yung
the-
pinag-usapan natin. And can we afford? Can we still afford, in the opinion of our sponsor with these resource persons, can the state afford to retain that exemption of pick-up 7 billion a year? And then continue with your other capital market incentives and reform measures, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, when we were studying this proposal to remove the exemption, Mr. President, our premise there is we're giving the exemption because it's used for business, for livelihoods, Mr. President. But after consulting with CAMPI, which is the Chamber of Automotive, they gave us data saying that it's not primarily used for business. No? It evolved over time. They even said that the pickups are now being used for camping, for leisure, for going out of town. So far from the original intention of business and agriculture, Mr. President. It evolved over time.
Is CAMPI denying that some pickups are being used for business and for agriculture?
No, they said that
Meron din. Oh.
meron din.
So, Mr. President,
About
so,
20%, Mr. President.
hindi naman natin linagay sa law yun na you can only buy this at the discounted amount for these uses. Hindi naman
Yeah.
natin linagay sa law yun eh.
Yeah. Correct,
Pero
Mr. President.
Risk na natin yun, Mr. President. Nung in-incentive, tinuro natin yung market dun eh. Magbili kayo dito sa pick-up. Wala nang bawasan namin ng tax kasi sana gamitin nyo sa entrepreneurship, gamitin nyo sa farming ninyo. So, let's continue that policy because meron naman ata rin ginagamit sa business yun, ginagamit din sa farming.
Yes, Mr. President, but majority, hindi na ho siya ginagamit sa farming. Majority is just being used for, just like any passenger car. So, Mr. President, we find it not consistent that if you buy a car that you can use for SUV, no, you can use for camping, you can use for leisure, you pay excise tax. But you buy a pickup truck and use the same for the same activity, you're exempted, Mr. President. So there's a imbalance, Mr. President, in terms of use and in terms of objective, Mr. President. So we're just equalizing that
You're looking,
objective.
the sponsor and the proponents are looking at the actual use kasi.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kahit naman siguro, kung gamitin pala ng pamilya nung bumili nung yung mga Pilipinas natin na sasakyan to transport his family or his wife or his kid to school, magagalit din tayo, Mr. President. Iba kasi actual use, we cannot micromanage the activities or the decision making of our people, Mr. President. Basta, it's in the nature of the vehicle, pwede siyang gamitin sa negosyo, entrepreneurship, lalo na sa farming, farm produce, agricultural products. Kaya natin sinabi, entertainin ninyo ito. Kasi hopefully, competitive yung presyo niya kasi walang inimpose na tax si gobyerno. That's the point eh. And we made this decision just 6 years ago, Mr. President. So, my point is, given our interpellation and the fact that that's the reasoning of, that's the finding of CAMPI and that's the reasoning and the amount involved, maybe we can afford to continue still with the policy and then manawagan tayo sa taong bayan na maging entrepreneurial tayo and then most likely kung may pick up na yung family na maging entrepreneurial, di na sila bibili ng sasakyan, andun na si pick up, Mr. President. Samantalang yung family na naka-SUV or naka-sedan,
magiging entrepreneurial, mag-entertain pa sila to buy a vehicle for their business. So, yun lang po, Mr. President. So, I'm siguro, doon na lang ako nakatingin na possible amendment doon sa pagdating sa removing that exemption from excise tax of pickup trucks, which we made just 6 years ago upon convincing argument. Mr. President, na-convince din tayo sa argument.
I was convinced also,
And
Mr.
then,
President.
I
I was also convinced,
kaya
Mr.
nga, Mr.
President.
President, kaya nga, yun na nga pa aking point. Nag-ano rin tayo ron eh, nag-question din tayo nun eh, gumanon din tayo, totoo ba yan? Ganun, na-convince tayo eh, 6 years ago. So, and then anyway, more or less ang estimate, 7 billion pesos. So maybe, ayan, makatipid tayo nito na yung questionable na ayuda na programa, bawasan natin ng 7 billion, di ayos na, wala nang problema, Mr. President. Di ba? So,
Mr. President.
so I think the government can afford not to collect that 7 billion pesos projected collection to reverse a policy. Okay? We just made recently on the basis of although it's a study, but meron din kaming ground to question it eh. Yung lalo na yung nanggagaling talaga sa Bulacan, sa Davao, Southern Mindanao, iba daw ang sagot nila sa survey based on their senses, what they see on the ground, Mr. President. Ginagamit daw pang negosyo. And we do not blame also the vehicle owner na meron din downtime from negosyo, gagamitin din sa family. Alam naman, bili pa siya ng, i-distinguish pa niya, may other vehicle pa siya for family rides, Mr. President. Yun na rin yun, Mr. President.
Yep, I see the point of the good minority leader, Mr. President. And, well, my view is taxation is very dynamic, Mr. President. And it also changes with the times and also with how people evolve in using a particular item, Mr. President. Taxation can change habits. It also can change attitudes. And because of the incentives that we are giving pickups, there was a maybe an unintended or intended habitual change that people who are buying, let's say, SUVs are now buying pickups because they want to, of course, save from excise tax, Mr. President. But in their case, there's no intention to go into business, Mr. President. But that's really taxation. You look at the data and you adjust accordingly, Mr. President.
But my conclusion, Mr. President, just to wrap up my interpellation, but that family which bought that pickup truck is actually now more flexible to be entrepreneurial compared to a family which did not buy that pickup truck. Kasi mas yung entry cost nitong isang second family, bibili pa siya ng vehicle niya for the business. Samantalang ito, he can convert that family car to also the business vehicle, Mr. President. So that's my counter observation, Mr. President. So,
Mr. President, I'll take note of the counter view of the good minority leader, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, since we are already in the stage of amendment, so I think this representation has been clarified about the issue. So if we can be given time to now refine our proposed amendments, Mr. President. This will not be many, Mr. President. Just a few.
Thank you,
So,
Mr.
some other time, Mr. President. The next time we hear this measure. So with that, Mr. President, ano tawag doon?
Suspend.
I give up the floor, Mr. President. Ano tayo eh?
Kala ko suspend. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the good minority leader, Mr. President, for his insights, and we value his comments and recommendations, Mr. President. Rest assured that we will study very carefully his views on the proposed measure, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator, the Minority Leader. And Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, immediate suspension.
Session suspended.
Resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the principal sponsor to defend the measure, Senator Joel Villanueva, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Villanueva and the Minority Leader are hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Your subcommittee chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Services, headed by this representation, is now ready to receive questions, queries from our colleagues, most definitely from our very hardworking Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, our equally hardworking sponsor, imagine volunteering for subcommittees, Mr. President. So that's the evidence of real hard work, Mr. President. If this representation may ask some questions, just to make off record some facts, Mr. President, and maybe some plans of the franchisee, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll be delighted to hear the questions and to the best effort and ability of this representation, we will try to answer the questions that will be propounded by our Minority Leader.
Mr. President, we are talking about the renewal of the Meralco franchise. May we put on record when the existing franchise of Meralco will expire, Mr. President?
It will be on 2028, Mr. President, and the Minority Leader.
Can we get the exact date, Mr. President?
It will be on June. Exact date.
June 2028.
Exactly. June 28, 2028, Mr. President. This is under the current franchise being enjoyed by the Meralco, Mr. President, and the bill is to renew the franchise of this company, Manila Electric Company, originally granted under Republic Act number 9209 for another 25 years, starting from the expiration of its current franchise in June 2028.
Yes, and of course, when you talk about franchise, of course, the activity which is authorized is I think it's clear. Are we touching on are we amending or adding to the activities which is covered by the franchise? Same.
Not so much,
Same.
Mr. President. Yeah, it's probably more on the side of improving, Mr. President,
Yes.
the services being rendered by Meralco, Mr. President.
When it comes to franchise like this one, we also talk about territory. What is
The same
what is
territory.
Okay,
There's no change, Mr.
Yes,
President.
okay, but what is the current territory?
Yeah, the current territory, Mr. President, includes the cities and municipalities in our beloved province in Bulacan, Cavite, Metro Manila, and Rizal. In certain areas, Mr. President, in the provinces of Pampanga, Laguna, Quezon, Mr. President, Batangas, and Batangas, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Yeah, I already mentioned Cavite.
So, Mr. President, since walang qualifier doon sa Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal, intero yun? Intero, Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal
Kasama po,
is
yes.
under the Meralco franchise.
Yes.
Plus, intero, Metro Manila.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then certain areas in Laguna. How many?
Batangas.
In Laguna,
Pampanga.
in Laguna, do we count them by municipalities? Sige, if it's by municipality, may we know which ones?
There are about 6 cities, Mr. President, and how many municipalities?
13.
And 13 municipalities.
Okay,
Mr.
sige po.
President.
In Laguna.
In Laguna,
Okay.
Mr. President.
In Quezon.
In Quezon, there are about 2 cities and
9.
9 municipalities. Mr.
Okay.
President.
In Batangas.
2 cities.
In Batangas, there are about 2 cities, Mr. President, and 1 municipality, Mr. President.
Okay. When we when we talk about Meralco customers, how do we count them? Do we count them by household? Yung bang term natin? What is our term? Electric meter or household?
We have indicators, Mr. President. We have number of residential customers that would be 7.43 million as of December of this past year, December 2024. We also have number of commercial customers, and as of December 2024, that's about 593,897 commercial customers. The total number of customers, residential and commercial, would be 8.04 million as of the end of December 2024.
Thank
So
you.
the average, Mr. President, I'm sure the minority leader would be interested to find out the average total electricity rate type of consumer. We have 11 pesos and 74 cents per kilowatt for residential and 10.5 per kilowatt in the commercial, Mr. President.
Mas mura po si...
Commercial po, Mr. President, because...
Oh, I always thought mas mahal si
Because the
commercial.
cost to serve, Mr. President, is more expensive, Mr. President.
For residential.
For residential, Mr. President.
It's more
cost to serve.
it's more expensive from the point of view of the
distribution utility.
the distribution utility to service the residential customers.
Yes.
Okay.
Because longer po yung wires and do you just imagine even individual residences, Mr. President?
Pero don't they believe that they exist because of to serve the residential customers, Mr. President?
I'm sure they are aware of that, Mr. President.
Di tama po ba? If we go back in time, if we go back in time during the establishment of that, di ba
Serving
yung-
both, Mr. President, is what we are being told here, both the residential and the commercial, to ensure that they also contribute to our economy, Mr. President, to our growing economy.
Pero hindi po ba logic tells us na the effort should be to make the residential rate lower than the commercial? Si commercial kasi, charge niya to business expenses at saka nag-i-exist siya for profit. Si residential, nag-i-exist for the family, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we talk about the operationalization of this company, Mr. President. They are governed and regulated by the Energy Regulatory Commission, and the ERC itself understands the intricacies, Mr. President, as to how they would be able to serve the residential consumers and the commercial consumers. And they themselves also are also aware, Mr. President, that the cost would be higher serving the residential consumers, Mr. President.
Pero wala ba economies of scale dito, Mr. President? Di ba mabawi doon sa concept ng economies of scale?
There is economy to scale, but again, there are more assets and facilities to serve residential. That's why the cost is higher.
There is, Mr. President, I am being told, but the lifeline for marginalized customers for residential is more costly, Mr. President.
Ulit, sir. Ulit, Mr. President. Sorry.
This is one way to lower.
Mr. President, what they are doing right now, as I'm being told by our resource persons, that they are into lifeline for marginalized customers, meaning, Mr. President, there are efforts to really bring the cost down for residential customers. So they are into it, Mr. President, and with this franchise that they are applying, they are aware, Mr. President, that they also need to improve their services, including lowering of the cost for the customers, Mr. President.
At saka itong figures pala, Mr. President, I just realized now, average itong binigay niyong figure.
Yes.
So, ang denominator na ginamit niyo for the residential, million. So, meaning to say, Mr. President, I mean, the residential charges are way above the commercial, Mr. President.
Yes.
Kasi dinivide mo na sa million eh.
Tapos mas malaki pa rin yung amount eh.
You're correct, Mr. President.
Na lumabas, Mr. President. So, has there been is that fact of average residential power cost is more than average commercial power cost, even a concern of the ERC as far as Meralco knows, Mr. President?
I'm sorry if I get the question
Has
right.
that ever been pointed out by the ERC or raised by the ERC in the proceedings that Meralco has attended before the ERC?
I was being told, Mr. President, that was never raised because in the process, Mr. President, it is the Energy Regulatory Commission who approves final approval, Mr. President, of the rates that they're going to collect, whether you are in residential or commercial.
Correct, Mr. President. Tinanong ko yan just for ammunition
Yes.
when we confront the ERC, Mr. President. Kasi, I mean, I think that should be the first observation, Mr. President. Kung makita natin yung mga figures, Mr. President.
I join the minority leader in calling for that initiative, Mr. President. I think at the end of the day, we owe it to the public, the residential consumers, Mr. President. So that's the main reason, Mr. President, that this representation is also interested with regard to this lifeline for marginalized customers of Meralco. Mr. President, before I continue, may I also place into the record, because the minority leader made a sideline question about the franchise of Meralco, which will end on June 28,
yes.
2028, and why they are now applying for the franchise. Mr. President, in the current franchise that they are operating upon, Mr. President, there is a provision there that states that the Meralco's franchise, that the company should actually apply for the franchise within the 5-year, Mr. President, window before the franchise expires, Mr. President.
Yes, okay naman to, Mr. President. I don't find this unusual or abnormal that we are discussing the renewal of a franchise to expire in 3 years. Okay naman, tama naman. What I find unusual is discussing the renewal of a franchise expiring in 18 years. Yan pa.
This is not
the case.
Mr.
Apa.
President.
So, Mr. President, okay, so we have an existing law, okay, which governs this is the current franchise of the Meralco, and then we have this bill, which will now be the new franchise of Meralco. If we compare them, can the sponsor just summarize to us what would be new? Are there new provisions or new sections or new ideas, concepts, or even mandates in the bill, Mr. President, compared to the existing franchise?
Which one? Sa enhanced consumer protection? Bago ba yun? Is it bago? Kasi bago yung tinatanong.
Electronically.
Where is that? Mr. President, on this particular franchise application of Meralco, or House Bill number 10926, part of the salient feature of the bill is to enhance consumer protection. The bill mandates Meralco to only charge just and reasonable electricity rates to consumers and to segregate and clearly identify the components of retail electricity rates in consumer bills. Meralco will also be required, Mr. President, to establish, and this is something new, Mr. President, that they are required to establish an electronically or digitally accessible platform to address consumer concerns. Now, Mr. President, one salient feature also is to improve corporate governance and accountability. The bill mandates Meralco to appoint an independent directors to its board of directors to ensure impartiality and alignment of corporate strategies and policies with public interests. And in the interest of public safety, the bill also grants the Philippine government the authority to temporarily suspend Meralco's operations during times of war, rebellion, public peril, calamity, or other emergencies. And one thing that we actually pushed, Mr. President, during the hearing of this measure is to foster workforce development and job generation. The bill also requires, Mr. President, for Meralco to establish enterprise-based education as we passed this law in this Congress, and the minority leader played an important role in passing IBET law, including po dito yung apprenticeships and to regularly report job vacancies to the Public Employment Service offices, Mr. President.
Yes, as a distribution utility, I'm sure marami pong na-employ itong, and with such a large area under its franchise. So may we know the total number of employees of Meralco?
Right now.
6,000 regular.
Regular. Tapos yung mga... There are about 6,000 plus regular employees right now being employed by Meralco, and we are still getting how many... these are all directly employed, Mr. President, with Meralco. But you can just imagine the number of people being served or being tapped, Mr. President, by the company to be part of the utility distribution company, Mr. President.
Yes, with such a large area, I'm surprised.
Yes.
Medyo akala ko much larger pa yung
The 6,000.
number of employees. 6,000.
And right now there are about 7,000 contractual workers, so it's even more than Mr. President, kasama po dyan yung mga subcontractors nila, Mr. President.
Kasama dun sa 7,000.
Sa 7,000.
Sa second figure. Kasama.
Yes, Mr. President. They're part of it, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Kasi if I remember correctly, di ba, ABS-CBN franchise ang sinasabi sa atin 11,000 would be affected if it's not renewed. So yun na nga. So we should be conscious about the ordinary people, not only the business owners not to be affected, but the employees, the staff, and then the contractors, subcontractors who will be affected, Mr. President. So more or less 13,000 po ang
Yes, Mr. President.
given by Meralco livelihood opportunities, no, and job employment. So
Yes,
we
Mr. President.
congratulate Meralco for that and thank Meralco for that. No?
Thank you, Mr.
Kumusta naman tayo? Kumusta naman po sila pagdating po sa salaries, compliance with the minimum wage, etc. Mr. President?
Mr. President, during the...
Endo pala, Mr. President, or Endo. I mean, ganun. Kumusta naman ang...
Mr. President, I think the minority leader knows this representation very well, and during the hearing of this bill, Mr. President, and in the you call that? TWD, Technical Working Group, that lasted for almost the whole day, Mr. President. We found on these particular issues, in fact, we have with us representatives from the Employees Association, Mr. President, who said, and we relayed to us and to the committee that they are very well taken care of, and that they have all these benefits and extracurricular activities that make the employees happy and comfortable with the company, Mr. President.
So they have a feeling of parang the corporation is one big family, that their employment are careers, mga ganun po, lifetime lifetime commitment na. So that's good feedback, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And may I add, Mr. President, that Meralco has this following programs for skilling and upskilling, which actually caught my attention, Mr. President, during our hearing. Meralco line crew training curricula. There's an annual program focusing on safety, technical skills, and leadership development to enhance the capabilities of line crew in installation, operations, and maintenance of electrical facilities. They also have these power camps, Mr. President. They conduct 6-week internship for engineering students to gain practical experience, understand the energy sector, and develop problem-solving skills through real-world challenges. They also have Meralco Cadet Engineering Program. It is a 7-month program for newly registered electrical engineers, combining theoretical and hands-on training so that they will be able to prepare their employees for operational roles and foster cultural alignment. And yung pong Engineering Talent Development Program, narinig din po natin yan. Yan naman po yung nagpo-focus doon sa building engineering competencies for current roles and capabilities for adapting to technological advancements in the energy sector, Mr. President. When it comes to salaries and benefits, Mr. President, we did not get any opposition, Mr. President, or complaints from the employees, Mr. President.
Sige po.
Thank you.
Siguro naman, given the revenues of Meralco, maganda naman siguro ma-offer nila sa employees. May we know the total revenues in a sample year of Meralco, Mr. President?
Page 6.
6. Mr. President, Meralco has a very strong and stable financial position with sufficient resources to support its operations and meet their financial obligations. Now, consistent revenue, net income, if we can show it, we have a table, Mr. President, on Meralco's financial performance summary. Ayan po, Mr. President. Yung revenues po in 2023 is 393 billion. In 2022, 373 billion. 2021, 288 billion. Yung earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, 42.93 billion in 2023, 37 billion in 2022, 37 billion in 2021. So yung net income po, Mr. President, from 2021, which is 21 billion, naging 21.6 billion, at nitong 2023 po ay 28.26 billion, Mr. President.
So from revenues and EBITDA, yan yun. So yan yung kanilang elbow room for their operations ata siguro. So pati pasweldo nandyan. So
yes, Mr. President.
Maganda naman.
And Mr. President,
sure, magandang offer nila sa...
Opo, and Mr. President, if you are also talking about the debt and the liquidity of the company, Mr. President, the Meralco maintains a balanced working capital and manageable level of debt relative to its equity. Let me show you, Mr. President, another data that we prepared. Yung debt to equity ratio in 2023 is 0.46, Mr. President. 0.52 nung 2022, 0.46 in 2021. The current ratio is 0.57 in 2023, and yung debt service coverage ratio is 1.23 in 2023, Mr. President.
Yung debt to equity ratio, Mr. President, naintindihan po natin yun. Yung current ratio is what, Mr. President?
That's the measure of current assets and current liabilities, Mr. President.
Current.
So above standard po yan, Mr. President.
Okay. So current assets compared to current liabilities.
That's it, di ba?
Or the other way around. Ganun ba yun? So your assets are only almost half of your liabilities?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ganun?
Opo.
Oh, so what is that supposed to signify what? What kind of health? Or
I'm being told, Mr. President, that it's still a healthy position. And as I was told last time, Mr. President, that is above the average, Mr. President. So that goes to show, Mr. President, how sound and still incapable, Mr. President, ang Meralco to manage its debt and liquidity challenges, Mr. President.
How about the last one, Mr. President? The debt service coverage ratio. Can we have the table again, Mr. President?
Debt service.
Ano ba yung, what's the significance of that, Mr. President?
That's the amount of the tax I think service. I have 1.23 to service every debt.
So that's the amount of money. I have 1.23
Yes.
times to service a customer, Mr. President. A debt, Mr. President, sorry. A debt. So I have 1.23 times to serve 1 peso of debt, Mr. President. So that's the meaning of debt service.
What is that 1.23? Also pesos, Mr. President?
Yes.
It's a ratio. Sir.
It's a ratio, Mr. President, multiplied by every peso debt. Is that correct? That's how I think. Every peso of debt. Yeah. Yes, Mr.
Yes. Meralco has 1.23 of something for every peso of debt. What is that something?
Asset, ability, the asset, that's what I have. That's how liquid I am. That's my asset to pay off my debt. I have all the resources of 1.23 of 1.23 times more than the 1 peso debt,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Sige,
I hope
so-
I made.
Yes, but
I'm
my
clear,
problem
Mr.
is with the current ratio. So parang baliktad ba yung kanina? Or what is current ratio again?
I have 0.5 current assets to serve a peso of liability, Mr. President, of a current liability.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So, basta our sponsor is telling us that all of these metrics are, so however you judge the financial standing of Meralco, it is judged as a healthy.
Yes, Mr. President. The main reason why we are showing this data, Mr. President, is to establish that Meralco maintains a balanced working capital and a manageable level of debt relative to its equity, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, standard din sa mga franchise bills yung the obligation to make available to the public through the stock market shares of stock of the corporation. Is this found in the current franchise, and will that section be retained in the renewed franchise?
It is part of the current and will still be part of the bill that we are deliberating.
How did we state it in the current franchise of Meralco?
Give us a few seconds, Mr. President.
So yung current, tatanong niya yung ngayon din. So yung current, yung ngayon, saan din nakalagay? Section 15 sa bago.
So hindi yan total assets, diba? Kasi kalahati lang siya. Intindihan.
Ano yung bago para basahin ko yung bago? Section 15.
Wala pa siya sa trades. Walang business.
Ano yan?
Wala sa new bill, wala sa critical na wala sa current. Wala sa current.
Wala sa current. Ngayon natin lalagay.
Mr. President, this is quite very telling because it is not actually part of the current. but we are carrying it in this particular measure that we are deliberating upon, and this is in section 15
Okay, patingin.
of the bill, Mr. President. Dispersal of ownership in accordance with the constitutional provision encouraging public participation in public utilities. The grantee shall maintain a listing and offer to Filipino citizens at least 30% of its outstanding capital stock or a higher percentage that may hereafter be provided by law in any securities exchange in the Philippines, provided that in cases where public offer of shares is not applicable, establishment of cooperatives and other methods of encouraging public participation by citizens and corporations operating public utilities must be implemented. Non-compliance therewith shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked, Mr. President. So in the question a while ago raised by our minority leader, this is actually one of the salient features that we should be discussing and showing and conveying to our colleagues that this is a new provision to ensure, Mr. President, that we are in compliance with the Constitution and when you talk about the concern of our minority leader.
When will the proviso?
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, the franchise, as I was talking a while ago, Mr. President, wala po siya dun sa current franchise ng Meralco, but it is also present in Section 28 of the IPIRA law, Mr. President. So that's that's part of IPIRA law, Mr. President. It's there, Mr. President. So even though it is not in the current bill or franchise of Meralco, Meralco has been complying.
And IPIRA is dated 20... What year?
20, ano?
Ano year si IPIRA?
They're all discussing.
2001?
They're all discussing it, but I think it's 2001, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President.
So that obligation has been imposed upon Meralco way back 2001. So
Yes.
I'm assuming Meralco is compliant.
Yes, Mr. President. They are, Mr. President.
So, pero yung proviso, sir, just for this is just for statutory construction. How does that proviso kick in? Yung that in cases where public offer of shares is not applicable. But since you're operating in the Philippines and public offer of shares is functioning or applicable, so baliwala yun? I mean, the proviso means nothing?
Ano, it means nothing ba?
Because, Mr. President, Meralco has been publicly listed since 1992, Mr. President.
Yeah.
So
So itong proviso dito sa section 15 na binasa lang natin, hindi to applicable sa Meralco.
because, Mr. President, one of the reasons why it's there is to emphasize, Mr. President, the importance of continuously complying, Mr. President.
Yes, and it's also parang a template for franchise law.
Exactly.
So
Exactly,
maybe in
Mr.
other
President.
franchises, meron siyang,
Yes.
siyang meaning or application. But in the
Yes.
case of Meralco, we can disregard that proviso.
Yes,
Tama?
Mr. President. We can live without it, but there's no hurting to include this
Yes,
in the
standard. Okay.
franchise, Mr. President.
And we make a record that at least 30% of its of Meralco's outstanding capital stock is now in the hands of Filipino citizens. Tama?
Yes, Mr. President,
Yes,
you are
Mr.
correct,
So they're
Minority
compliant.
Leader.
They're And then it's through a securities exchange. Yeah, tama. That's
Yes,
it. Okay.
Mr.
So,
President. Yes.
thank you for that, Mr. President.
Thank
so, compliant na po sila. So, siguro last two or three matters na lang, Mr. President. So, pagdating sa customer complaints, sige nga, ito lang para marinig. Para marinig, ang laki ng 7 million plus half million commercial customers. Customer complaints. Ano sa tingin ng Meralco, ano ang assessment nila ng mga customer nila? Are they happy with how you address customer complaints in your own assessment? And have you been assessed by a third party or by ERC as to how you address customer complaints?
There is a satisfaction survey that being conducted annually, Mr. President, and if we may just give you a copy of customer satisfaction index. There's 2023 total Meralco customer satisfaction index target achieved with a score of 8.20, 1 sig point higher than 2022 level and the highest since the pandemic, Mr. President. In this particular summary report, Mr. President, the positive drivers involve managed power quality issues among businesses. Electricity rates are seen reasonable, employee excellence in customer service, availability of various channels for customers to express concerns. Now, in the issue of improvement areas, two issues were raised: managing impact of high bills of residential customers, which the minority leader also raised a while ago, Mr. President. The improvement of the awareness on relevant programs and initiatives, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me also point out, Mr. President, that I myself personally had some complaints, Mr. President, and in fairness to Meralco, they were able to look into it. I think they're aware that it's not a perfect company when it comes to dealing with all the complaints of their customers, Mr. President. But even in the decisions released by courts, including Supreme Court decisions, Mr. President, when you talk about refunds and all, Meralco has been complying. They have been compliant with all these decisions made by courts, including the Supreme Court. Yung ilang lang po, Mr. President, na very concerning and challenging sa kanila is that hindi na po makita yung ilang customers na pwede nilang pag-refundan, Mr. President. So yun po ang nangyayari daw po doon, and I was told that it goes to SCHEAT. Is that correct? ESCHEAT, which
For the refunds, we are hindi pa nare-refund, we are being
Yeah. So yun po, sila po ay pinayuhan ng ERC na ilagay ito sa isang special savings account, Mr. President. At yun po ay nag-comply naman po ang Meralco tungkol po dito, Mr. President.
Hindi, mas gusto ko nga yung is cheated na sana sa gobyerno, ginamit na ng gobyerno. So but that was the advice or ruling? Was that a ruling by ERC or just an advice of ERC?
Doon muna tayo sa, is it advice or ruling of ERC?
Ruling.
It is a ruling, Mr. President, coming from the ERC. Yung S-sheet po ay ginagamit naman doon po sa mga meter deposit refund na hindi pa po nare-refund, Mr. President.
Imposible na ma-refund. Yan yata. Sa point of view nila.
Somehow, yes. About 300 million po yan, Mr. President.
Is that a one-time amount surrendered to the government or that's an annual amount?
Nag-grow
Ano yung 300 million nga? Is it
no, the question.
One time.
In case na tanong.
One time.
One time
Yeah,
lang, Mr.
one time,
President.
one time.
One time lang daw po.
Yes, one time. One time na yun kasi over a period of time, yun na yung total
Opo.
amount na sa
Tama po, Mr.
panahon
Yes.
ng i-surrender na
Kaya
kasi magiging issue na sa inyo. So what is the special deposit account? That is for the that's the amount supposed to comply with Supreme Court decisions na hindi nyo na mahanap si ultimate beneficiary.
Yes,
Binigay
Mr.
nyo
President. Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. And what is the balance of that special account, Mr. President?
That's about 2.17 billion, Mr. President. 2.17 billion pesos, Mr.
There
President.
must be a way, Mr. President, to there must be a way for their customers to benefit from that amount, Mr. President. Anyway, pero sabi nila, ruling ng ERC. So, ERC is siguro the proper party that we should ask questions
Mr. President.
to, Mr. President. So at any rate, Mr. President, so at least pero yung 8.2, ano yun? The higher the number, the better? The better you are performing in dealing with your customers? Ganun ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
And 10 is perfect?
10 is perfect. I suppose, Mr. President.
Yun ba yun? Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
And is that self-rating? O anong agency nag-rate sa kanila? Or anong government?
It's a customer service, Mr. President. It's the customer survey, Mr. President. So it's the customers of Meralco, Mr. President.
And who conducted the survey, Mr. President?
Third party.
It's a third-party agency, Mr. President. I am trying to get their company or have the company's name. We'll get back to you, Mr. President, about the company.
Anyway, ano na lang yung that can
But it's
follow.
the third party,
that
Mr.
can follow,
President.
that can follow. We can
Yes,
also
Mr.
double.
President.
So, yung committee, yung subcommittee din natin, did we receive any parang energetic or vigorous complaint against the renewal of the Meralco franchise? Wala rin.
Wala po,
Wala
Mr.
rin,
President. Although, nung technical working group natin, Mr. President, nag-invite po tayo ng iba't ibang organizations, people's organization, and we listened to them, Mr. President. May mga ni-raise po sila, gaya ng yun nga po, yung sa ni-raise po ni Senator Gatchalian, yung tungkol po doon sa pagiging involved ng Meralco sa power generation, if they are compliant to the IPIRA law, etc. But we were able to establish, Mr. President, that they are compliant, Mr. President. And this was extensively discussed during the interpellations by Senator Gatchalian, Mr. President.
But ano naman, I'm sure naman sa 7 million customers nyo, meron din may grievance against Meralco. But yun lang, we are hoping na you exert effort to address the grievance of the customer. At kung kunyari, walang legal or factual basis yung reklamo, basta ma-explain lang ng mabuti.
And we give them time, Mr. President. Almost the whole day, Mr. President, was allotted by your subcommittee to listen to their concerns, Mr. President.
Itong average price per kilowatt hour given to us, this already includes the generation cost.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So, paano yung customer na na-charge ng 1,000 pesos per kilowatt hour, Mr. President?
Are you talking about this representation, Mr. President?
Alam ng sponsor yun, Mr. President. Alam din siguro na resource person. Okay lang yung si sponsor has access to Meralco. Paano kunyari, common man? Was that an error? May we know if that was an error? If the unit cost is more than 1,000 pesos per kilowatt hour ba? Kilowatt hour is the proper unit, Mr. President. Yes. Na-bill siya eh. Si Joey na-bill na 1,000 pesos per kilowatt hour. Kung error yun, kawawa naman yung common man. Siya, kaya niya reklamo.
Mr. President, and we were told, Mr. President, that the application in that particular area, because it is adjacent to a big resort, Mr. President, Meralco and the community, in the application itself, Mr. President, Meralco received a commercial application. And therefore, if it is a commercial application, I'm being told that there is a demand charge, which is a fixed charge being implemented by Meralco for commercial consumption. So, the 1,000 peso per kilowatt charge applies?
So,
So, yung
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute
I mean, it's
suspension because
suspension, Mr.
I'm a bit confused.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, may I just put into the records what happened during the lull of the session? We were able to clarify some very important issues concerning Meralco's policies, Mr. President, and more importantly, how they respond to complaints and offering solutions, Mr. President, to their consumers, Mr. President. And we are in agreement, Mr. President, with the minority leader that Meralco is ready to walk the extra mile to serve the best interest of their customers, Mr. President. Thank you.
So that is what is important, Mr. President, that all customer complaints must be addressed. No one is kept in the dark as to why his or her billing is that amount and how it was computed. And then siguro Meralco tries its best to explain in layman's terms. Iwasan natin yung mga technical. Kung hanapan nyo ng synonym na pang everyday life, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I just place into the record, because I'm sure a lot of our viewers and kababayans are listening and watching us right now. Mr. President, Meralco launched an advisory in 2013 providing transparent updates on their monthly electricity rates and expanding communication channels. Now, Mr. President, to address billing concerns, Meralco also enhanced its meter reading processes, provided clearer billing explanations, and offered flexible payment terms for affected customers. So, Meralco has somehow, Mr. President, showed us how they were able to strengthen customer support through business centers. Right now, they have 24/7 hotlines, email and self-service channels such as Meralco app or chatbot, Mr. President. It also conducts regular community forums to address concerns directly. And more importantly, Mr. President, Meralco complies with the Department of Energy's and Energy Regulatory Commission's rules on the competitive selection process to ensure fair pricing, Mr. President. Thank you.
Competitive selection process is about where they get their power supply?
Power supply.
Thank you.
Yes, the power agreements, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, second to the last item, yung spaghetti wires, I'm sure umabot na sa inyo. What is Meralco's contribution to improving or lessening this unsightly matter of the black spaghetti wires, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, your sentiments, Mr. President, is the same as this representation. We made some communication and asked Meralco about this, and Meralco has made significant progress, Mr. President, in addressing the issue of spaghetti wires, and they were able to share to us their what you call anti-urban blight or AUB program as of November 15, 2024. The initial areas, Mr. President, covered under the LGU-initiated anti-urban blight program include Binondo in Manila, Pasig City, the great city of Marikina, where our next Congressman Coco Pimentel will be elected, Mr. President, Manila, Bacoor, Bulacan, and Las Piñas. To date, Mr. President, and let me just put this into the records of this chamber, Meralco has successfully cleared 642 poles, and they were able to remove approximately 60.78%, or this is about 30,370 out of the 49,965 disconnected attachments, Mr. President. This is the total accounted attachments, Mr. President. Now, Meralco, Mr. President, has actively collaborated with key stakeholders on this particular issue, including the National Telecommunications Commission, Metro Manila Development Authority, DILG, and the LGUs such as Pasig, Manila, Quezon City, etc. And number two, Meralco supported various government agencies in their policies to address hazardous and dangling wires, Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President, Meralco has coordinated with the barangay officials, Mr. President, the PNP, the telecommunication companies like PLDT and Converge to minimize the disruptions to telco services, Mr. President. So that's the report that was given to us by Meralco, Mr. President.
May kilos. Ibig sabihin may kilos na.
Yes, sir,
May
Mr.
kilos
President.
na. So thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, para lang makita natin how critical or crucial Meralco is to the economy of the country and to the people's lives, can Meralco tell us what percentage of the GDP or the national economy is Meralco's economic activities, Mr. President?
Mr. President, when you look at the track record of Meralco's highlights in its critical role in the Philippines' economic growth, despite covering, Mr. President, only 3% of the country's total landmass, its franchise area contributes around 50% of the nation's gross domestic product. Meralco, Mr. President, has powered businesses, industries, and households with reliable electricity, driving national progress and supporting economic growth. Ang infrastructure and expertise po nila have positioned the Philippines, our beloved country, as they say, one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing economies, ensuring regional competitiveness. So again, Mr. President, its franchise area at least contributes around 50% of the nation's gross domestic product.
That is what they are serving, Mr. President. Sige, but siguro na lang in writing so that the sponsor will be prepared. The question natin is the total, gamitin ko na lang word, economic output of Meralco comprises what percentage of our GDP? And then, the total taxes paid by Meralco consists what percentage of total tax collection of the government? And the total job creation of Meralco consists of what percent of the total employment in the country? Yan, para makita natin the criticalness of Meralco to our economy, Mr. President.
We appreciate that, Mr. President, and we will make sure that the minority leader of this August chamber would get this very important information that I myself would be very interested to look into, Mr. President, the economic output of Meralco vis-a-vis our gross domestic product, the total taxes that they have paid, compared to the total or percentage of tax being collected in the country, and the total job creation that Meralco has contributed, Mr. President, in our job market, Mr. President. I'd be honored, Mr. President, to give the minority leader a copy of this more detailed information, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
If we were to rank the power distributors in the country, what would be the rank of Meralco in terms of customer satisfaction?
Mr. President, I think everyone here is in unison that they are number one, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Ako inisip ko nga rin, if there was such a ranking, mukhang I would agree with the ranking you gave Meralco, Mr. President. So,
we'll double check it with the ERC, Mr. President.
So, with that, Mr. President,
thank you.
Since I know that other colleagues will also ask questions, and some will touch on, I think, Supreme Court, compliance with Supreme Court cases. So, maganda na lang po yung ating mga resource person. So, with that, I'm ready to terminate my interpellation on this franchise, Mr. President. And thank our sponsor as well as the resource persons for their patience and for their responsiveness, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me also take this opportunity to thank our dear colleague, our minority leader, for his usual sharpness and dedication and passion to really look into the measures being passed by this August chamber. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senators Villanueva and Pimentel. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
is there an objection? There being none, the motions are hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1259, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 1260 and 1262. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Sofronio Vasquez as the winner of the 26th season of The Voice USA, recognizing his historic achievement as the first Filipino and Asian contender to win the competition.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mini suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2895 under Committee Report number 424. This is the bill on the amendments to the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2895 under Committee Report number 424 is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is in order. Senators de la Rosa and the Deputy Minority Leader are hereby recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Maayong gabi to the good sponsor. Pwede po ba akong makapagtanong ng ilang mga tanong?
Certainly, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Salamat kaayo, good sponsor. Una po, under present laws, permits to carry firearms outside of residence must be issued by the Chief PNP. In the bill, the Chief PNP can designate an authorized representative. So ang mga tanong ko po dyan ay kahit sino po ba ay pwedeng i-authorize ng Chief PNP? Pwede po ba halimbawa na marami silang i-authorize simultaneously, good sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President. Yung bibigyan ng authority ng Chief PNP nito is the Chief of the Firearms and Explosives Office. Pwede niya i-designate yung chief ng FPO. Kasi pag halimbawa, yung nasa travel yung Chief PNP abroad, yung kawawa nga yung papel, hindi tumatakbo. So dapat pwede niya i-designate yung chief ng Firearms and Explosives Office, chief.
At good sponsor, yung chief ng FEO lamang ba ang pwedeng i-authorize ng Chief PNP?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So hindi po mangyayari na maraming i-authorize
Hindi po,
ng
hindi po.
Chief PNP
Kasi
simultaneously?
very crucial yan na function na Your Honor. Hindi po pwede kung sino-sino lang yung bibigyan ng responsibilidad na yan. Only one person, aside from the Chief PNP.
Okay, good. Mr. President, nagpapasalamat ako sa ganong pagbibigay ng limitasyon ng good sponsor that indeed this is a very crucial function at kahit papaano nakaka-reassure marinig na only one other official sa National Police natin bukod sa Chief PNP ang pwedeng mag-issue upon designation by the Chief PNP. Although iba po yung pananaw ko dun sa pagkasabi na kawawa naman kung matagalan yung paggalaw ng mga papeles dahil baka alam din po ng good sponsor, ang advocacy ko po actually ay nasa ibang direksyon, gunless society, na ang ibig sabihin ko po doon ay ang PNP lamang at ang AFP ang may hawak ng mga baril. Dahil sa tingin ko po, kapag dumami ang mga baril sa kamay ng mga sibilyan, mas na-facilitate pa nga po yung mga violent crimes, pati po mga suicides na gamit ang baril at iba pa. But at the very least po, Mr. President, mabuting marinig na bukod sa Chief PNP, isa lamang pang opisyal ng National Police ang pwedeng mag-issue, Mr. President.
Yes po, Mr. President, Your Honor. I fully agree with the point raised by the good gentlewoman from Panay.
Salamat kay Mr. Good Sponsor. Now, would the sponsor agree that gun ownership and possession are privileges granted by the state under strict requirements and no one can demand a right to have firearms, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. I fully agree.
Okay, daghang salamat, good sponsor. Now, in Section 2 of the bill, the standards and requisites for obtaining a license to own and possess firearms are relaxed. In the current law, applicants who are subjects of pending criminal cases are not allowed access to firearms. But to be disqualified in the bill, applicants have to be convicted of a crime punishable with a penalty of more than 2 years, or the pending case involves the use of firearms, ammunition, and major parts thereof. Pero Si Apollo Kibuloy po, hindi pa convicted sa anumang krimen at ang kinakaharap niya pong kaso ay related sa qualified human trafficking at child abuse. Sa panukalang ito, kahit si Apollo Kibuloy na lumalabas na may sariling private army, ang Angels of Death, ay qualified pa rin makakuha ng mga baril. So ang mga tanong ko po dito, good sponsor, bakit po natin binabago ang polisiya at pinapadali ang access sa mga armas, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, Your Honor, hindi naman natin talaga mapadali, no? Kundi gusto lang natin magiging fair tayo sa lahat ng tao. At kasi under equal protection of law, under 1987 Constitution, in all criminal proceedings, an accused shall be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. Thus, disqualifying all individuals who have been accused of a criminal case automatically deprives them of the right to be presumed innocent. Thus, pursuant to this constitutionally guaranteed right, there is a need to limit the disqualification to only those applicants with a pending case involving the use of firearms, ammunitions, or major parts thereof, or when they are otherwise ordered disqualified by a court of competent authority. So in the case of the case cited by the good gentlewoman, the case of Pastor Apollo Kibuloy, granting that the same case will surface in the future, and we already passed this amendment of this law, then I think we can petition the court to have him disqualified for possessing firearms. Pero kasi kung general natin ito lahat, kawawa naman ako. Kagaya ko, may kaso ako na arbitrary detention ng pulis pa ako. Kung hanggang ngayon hindi pa na-resolve yung kaso na yun. Tapos senador na ako ngayon, hindi ako pwedeng mabigyan ng permit to carry firearms outside of residence. Then I think that will be unfair on my part kung hindi ako bigyan ng tsansa ng Estado na madipinsahan yung sarili ko, lalong-lalo na at may threat sa buhay ko. So siguro, I am not saying it is my right, but I think that the state should give me that privilege to defend myself against a threat coming from the people that are treating my life.
Salamat, Mr. President. Hindi ko pa po napag-isipan yung isang sitwasyon pa na binanggit ng good sponsor tungkol sa kanilang sarili at baka nga may pagkakaiba sa sinayt nilang sitwasyon dun sa itinanong ko kaugnay ni Pastor Kibuloy. At the very least, nagpapasalamat ako dun sa kabukasan ng good sponsor na dun sa particular na itinanong ko sa kaso ni Apollo Kibuloy ay baka posibleng ipetisyon yung korte na i-disqualify sila sa paghawak ng baril. Pero ngayon pa lang, kahit hindi pa panahon ng period of amendments, i-make of record ko na yung ilang mga punto kaugnay nung naging sagot ng good sponsor tungkol kay Apollo Kibuloy. Iuulitin ko na lamang po pagdating sa proper time na period of amendments.
Yes.
The sponsor, Mr. President, has cited the right to be presumed innocent to justify this provision. Yung itinanong ko pong pagbabago sa polisiya at pagpapadali sa akses sa mga armas. But such right is not implicated here. Iba po ang usapin ng presumption of innocence sa usapin kung sino ang hahayaan ng gobyernong magmay-ari, humawak at magdala ng baril. Hindi porket hindi pa convicted ang akusado, as in the case of Apollo Kibuloy, pwede siyang patuloy na hayaang magkarga ng armas. The provision purports to have an exception in pending criminal cases which involve the use of firearms and ammunition. But at ito po, Mr. President, palagay ko ay importante, A gun does not have to be fired for it to have power. At hindi na dapat nating hintayin na gamitin ang baril sa krimen bago ito tanggalin sa kamay ng mga taong may tendensiyang lumabag sa batas. So, gaya ng sinabi ko po, good sponsor, i-reiterate ko na lang po yung mga puntong iyon pagdating na sa period of amendments. Kaugnay po nitong tanong na ito. Hindi ba makakalusot rin sa requirement na ito ang mga organized crime group na pwedeng hindi naman related sa baril ang mga krimen? Halimbawa, mga drug syndicates, Mr. President.
Pwede pong malaman from the good gentlewoman kung what particular instance paano maggamit ng organized crime group yung
Halimbawa po, yung itinatanong kong pagre-relax dun sa standards and requisites ng pag-obtain ng license to own. Hindi ba magagamit ito ng mga organized crime groups tulad ng mga drug syndicates? Dahil maaring hindi at the outset kaugnay ng baril yung kanilang mga krimen, pero maggamit nila itong pagre-relax ng standards at requisites para nga makakuha ng baril at maggamit sa kanilang illegal na gawain, good sponsor. Excuse me.
So, kahit wala ng permission para ito, pwede sila pagtapos.
Mr. President, Your Honor, hindi lang po yan ang requirement to own and possess firearms. Napakarami po ng requirement. Isa lang po yan. So, yung ating sabi na relax from pending case to conviction, final conviction is just giving them the fair chance to own and possess firearms. Para naman na, as I've said, yung example na sinayad ko nga, in my case, yung simple criminal case ko for performing my duty as a police officer, hanggang ngayon, andyan pa yung kaso ko na arbitrary detention, then siguro naman hindi rin ako pwede i-disqualify na mag-possess ng firearms. Para fair lang, Mr. President, Your Honor. Yan lang po ang habol natin.
Salamat, good sponsor. Of course, sigurado ko naman na wala sa hinagap ng good sponsor na kasama sa mabigyan ng fair chance sa ilalim ng bill na ito, yun na nga pong mga organized crime group, yung mga drug syndicates. Dahil sila po malamang, mas malamang na hindi na maganda ang record nila in terms of law, of compliance with the law, at mas posibleng meron na silang criminal record. So, ayaw po natin na magamit nila itong pag-relax ng standards and requisites para mas makakuha po ng baril.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Good Gentlewoman. I think, as I've said, hindi lang ito ang requirement, marami pa ibang requirements. So, pagdating pa lang sa police clearance, NBI clearance, hindi na sila makakalusot. So, hindi talaga sila mabigyan ng permit to possess firearms kung sila ay membro ng crime syndicate. At saka, we have to emphasize always that possession of firearms is not a matter of right. It is a privilege granted by the state to a particular individual. So, kung sabihin ng EPO na hindi ka talaga pwede dahil may criminal record ka dito eh. So, hindi talaga sila pwedeng mabigyan. Police clearance is a requirement.
Salamat.
Drug test, neuro exam, and a lot more requirements, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. At kaugnay nga dun sa ni-reiterate ng good sponsor na pribilehiyo pa rin itong ibibigay sa ilalim ng bill. Muli po, Mr. President, for the record, kaugnay nung pinag-usapan namin kanina ng good sponsor about presumption of innocence, the right to be presumed innocent applies to a citizen's rights in a criminal case. But gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, gun ownership and possession are not rights. They are mere privileges that must be heavily regulated. Mr. President, sa Section 11 naman po on firearms amnesty, ang palugit na binibigay sa mga taong may unregistered firearms at holders ng expired licenses ay hinabaan mula 6 months hanggang 3 years. Parang napakatagal naman po ng 3 years para malayang umikot sa bansa ang mga direhistradong baril. So, unang tanong po, may datos po ba ang PNP sa paggamit ng unregistered firearms sa krimen? Halimbawa, kung anong porsyento ng mga armas na ginamit sa krimen ay unregistered, good sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, may datos po ang PNP. But luckily, wala lang ang PNP dito. But during our hearings, it was clearly presented to us that halos zero na registered firearm that were used in crime.
Zero po sa registered firearms.
Registered firearms.
Opo. So 100% ng ginagamit sa krimen ay unregistered
Firearms. That is why gusto talaga natin na magkakaroon ng firearms amnesty program para ma-account itong mga loose firearms na nandyan ngayon sa mga hawak-hawak ng mga Pilipino. So makuha natin, ma-record natin lahat. At yung 3 years po na binigay natin ay ito, we have around more or less yung unregistered firearms. We have a very huge number of loose firearms. So it will take years talaga to have them accounted. And according to the PNP during our committee hearing last August, the final amnesty under RA 10591 is yet to be implemented to date and is pending approval by the Office of the Executive Secretary. So isa pa yan sa problema kasi matagal na approve. By extending the period for additional 3 years, we can ensure that we can give sufficient time to those owners of unregistered firearms, considering that one of the problems of the PNP is the logistics for far-flung provinces. Lalong-lalo na yung mga loose firearms na nandoon sa mga malalayong lugar, dadalhin pa yan doon sa syudad para marehistro. So siguro, 3 years is enough, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Actually, good sponsor. Sasabihin ko sana, hindi lang more than enough, baka nga too much po. At doon po papunta yung follow-up question ko. Dahil, di ba sa law enforcement, meron po kayong ang PNP na carrot and stick. Eh dito parang nauna yung carrot, huling-huli yung stick. For clarity lamang po, good sponsor, ilang taon na pong tumakbo yung final amnesty na sabi nga nila yet to be implemented at pending pa rin?
Napakatagal na po ito, Mr. President, Your Honor. Hindi talaga ito na-implement pa.
More than 3 years na po, good sponsor?
2014.
2004. Isang
Nag-take effect yung law, yung latest na Firearms Comprehensive Law, 2014. Hanggang ngayon hindi pa na-implement dahil yun nga, hindi na permahan ng Executive Secretary. So, well, it is the intention of the PNP to have all these loose firearms recorded, documented, ay parang kulang din sa action doon sa Malacanang. Kaya, yun, marami pa rin nagagamit na firearms na sa krimen na mga loose firearms talaga. So, kung bigyan natin silang ample time na mag-register, anyway, hindi naman tayo nalulugi ang gobyerno. Pagdating sa kung 3 years ibigay natin, 3 years or 1 year, 2 years, mas gusto talaga natin na mas marami tayong firearms na na loose firearms na ma-account natin, ma-register. So, yan yung ating intention for that. Kasi kung bigyan natin very short, baka mamaya hindi sila gaano ma-encourage kaagad mag-rehistro. Saka yung logistics, yun nga, logistics. Yung iba, malalayong lugar. At saka yung, alam mo, yung number, very huge. Wala lang ako exact number, pero napakarami yung loose firearms natin.
Actually, Mr. President, yung isa sa ibang time period na binanggit ng good sponsor ang at the proper time ipopropose ko po na by way of amendment
Okay.
sa halip na 3 taon na naman dahil syempre ang problema doon kung mas matagal pang itatagal ay sakit ng ulo sa gobyerno in terms of yung epekto nga po na nakakalat pa rin. Yung sabi nga ng good sponsor, malaking bilang ng mga unregistered firearms. Now,
It's around, Mr. President, Your Honor, 700,000 plus loose firearms as of March 2024, 700,000. So you can just imagine kung itong mga baril ito is distributed all over the Philippines, tapos ang processing ng registration as only doon sa urban center sa syudad, talagang matatagalan talaga ito.
at sa dami good sponsor ng binanggit nilang bilang, 700,000.
700,000.
Ma-imagine lang po natin kung ilan sa mga ito ay nakabilang dun sa halos 100% na unregistered firearms na ginamit sa mga krimen nitong nakaraang mga taon. At kung ano kaagad yung magiging beneficial effect sa law enforcement at pagbaba sa crime incidents kung successfully makuha na ito ng gobyerno, pati sa pamamaraan nga ng pagpaparehistro sa mas maikling, hindi yung mas mahaba pang panahon.
Yeah, this representation, Your Honor, Mr. President, is open to amendments to be
Salamat po.
introduced by the good gentlewoman.
Salamat po para doon, good sponsor. Kasi din, baka sa nakaraang 11 taon, parang hindi man sadya, parang nagkaroon ng karot yung mga hindi nagpaparehistro. Baka a little bit more of the stick opo, sa susunod. At sana huling panahon ng pagpaparehistro sa mga unregistered firearms. Ngayon po, good sponsor, ayon sa mga maraming report, unregistered firearms have found their way into the hands of POGO delinquents. Napapanahon po ba ang probisyong ito? Yung 3 years na naman. Ngayong nasa gitna tayo ng proseso ng pagkalas ng POGO syndicates, good sponsor.
Well, if they avail of the amnesty program, then it would be to our advantage. If they would not avail this program, then it would be to our disadvantage because we are not able to account these loose firearms, but also it would be to their disadvantage because kung may information ang PNP na meron silang existing na loose firearms, then they are subject to police operations.
Salamat, good sponsor. Siyempre sa pananaw ko rin po bilang constituent ng National Police, no, bilang isang civilian, it would seem na bawas sa trabaho at potential na problema ng PNP sa pag-asiste sa ibang executive agency sa pag-enforce ng POGO ban kung mas kaunti or walang armas lalo na unregistered sa kamay ng mga POGO syndicates na ito.
Yeah, but we have to take note, Mr. President, Your Honor, that foreigners like Chinese are not allowed to possess firearms here in the Philippines
Mr. President.
as a law.
Opo.
Di ba?
Right.
Opo. Hindi sila po pwede. So, kung yung mga Chinese dyan na armed with loose firearms, I doubt kung kuan nila yan, ipaparehistro nila yan under the amnesty program dahil basically they are not, in the first place, they are not qualified to own firearms.
Opo. So actually, good sponsor ang pipigilin at iimbestigahan ng ating law enforcers ay kung papaano itong mga dayuhang ito in the first place nakakuha ng baril. Halimbawa, si Mr. Tony Yang sa Cagayan de Oro na himala. Hindi man siya Filipino citizen, nakakuha siya ng pamamaraan na makahawak at makapagmay-ari ng mga baril. So,
And Your Honor, it's not just the
Mr. President.
one gun that we are talking about, because we heard a lot of rumors that he is in possession of several guns, Mr. President, Your Honors, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
But we should also take note, Mr. President, Your Honor, that his possession of firearms was anchored on the grounds that
He is a
he's a
Filipino.
Filipino citizen already. So nanganak yung illegal acquisition niya of citizenship, nanganak ng another problem, yung ownership and possession of firearms. So nanganak.
And it looks like, good sponsor, dahil nanganak ng mga kaugnay na problema itong pogo phenomenon dito sa ating bansa. In that particular case of Mr. Tony Yang, baka ang mangyayari ay ibang klaseng problema para sa PNP na itong taong ito na nakakuha ng permit to carry bilang Filipino citizen, yung pala huwad ang kanyang pagiging Filipino citizen. So in effect, yung di umanong registered firearms niya are actually unregistered or unlicensed firearms. So baka ibang manifestation itong problema na di umano gustong solusyonan ng bill na ito, good sponsor. At isa pa po, good sponsor, hindi rin po kaya maging unintended beneficiary nito ang mga armadong rebelde at makaapekto sa mga peace processes, good sponsor?
Well, even yung mga armadong rebelde na nag-surrender na, we are encouraging them to surrender their firearms. But if they have their personal firearms na they can legally acquire, they can legally possess by operation of law, then alam natin yung lalo na yung mga former members of the MILF, alam natin yung kultura ng mga Muslim natin, and particularly yung mga sumama sa grupo na yun, talagang nasa kultura na yung armas. So kung hindi natin mapigilan yung kultura nila, we have to regulate their possession of firearms. So that's one way of encouraging them to be legal and regulated by this government.
Kaya po din, good sponsor, importante yung time frame. Kasi kung yung halimbawa, yung time frame nung huling bahagi ng peace process nila ng cessation of hostilities and disposition of forces, pati yung pagsoli nila ng firearms nila sa gobyerno ay mas maikli sa 3 taon. Tapos dito sa bill ay magiging 3 taon pa. So parang hindi po synchronized. Kaya siguro iugnay ko pa rin po at the proper time sa proposed amendment kaugnay nito.
I agree with the good gentlewoman. Talaga i-synchronize natin yan dahil yun lang naman, lumabas na itong 3 years as proposed by the PNP for some logistic issues. Yun lang naman. Pero kung we concentrate more on regulation issues, then I could not agree more with your proposal.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. At kung logistics man ang concern, tauna naman yung ating budget process at pwede po nating tignan paano talaga i-fully equip ang PNP kung ang ipapasa sa bill ay mas maikli sa 3 taong extension period pa, or rather amnesty period pa po.
Correct na, Mr. President.
And huling tanong po para ngayong gabi, good sponsor, does the sponsor agree that private citizens should not be able to own and possess fully automatic firearms, good sponsor?
Yes, I agree.
At
Being
ito po
the
ba,
former chief of the Philippine National Police and a peace-loving citizen of this country, I would prefer civilians to have semi-automatic rifles only, as firearms, not automatic.
again, good sponsor, salamat po para doon. At hindi ko lang matiis sabihin na I would prefer that we civilians don't even have semi-automatic weapons. But anyway, that's just for the record again dahil sa advocacy ko nga po na PNP lang at AFP ang may baril sa ganong modelo ng gunless society. Pero yun pong private citizens should not be able to own and possess fully automatic firearms. Klaro na po ba ito sa kasalukuyang bill, good sponsor?
Yes, it is in the existing law, Mr. President, Your Honor.
At hindi po aamyandahan itong bill, yung
No,
provision
I'm not
yun,
trying
good
to amend
sponsor.
that.
Okay. So, daghang salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President, salamat po.
So, thank you, Senator Risa. Thank you, Senator Bato, our sponsor. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2895.
is there any objection?
Hindi pa pala close? Ay, hindi na pala close.
Is the gentleman, there's a motion pending by the Majority Leader. It's just one interpolator, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Your Honor,
I
I mean-
withdraw my previous motion. Instead, there being no other member who wishes to interpret, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection with the latest motion by the Majority Leader? Hearing none, the motion is carried and therefore we end the period of interpellations and debate. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number
is
2895.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conference to the Conference Committee of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199. These are the bills on the Economy, Planning, and Development Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved and the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2878 and House Bill number 11199. They are Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri as chairperson, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Loren Legarda, and on the part of the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros. They're so designated. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, January 15, 2025.
Is there any objection? Here until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, January 15, 2025. Thank you.